All right, guys. I'm back. This is Fasting is Life. Welcome to another show. Uh, Today's show is gonna be an open panel from my last subject. How to eat. Was it how to lose weight while eating? So I'm gonna open the panel so I can welcome all the brothers to who wants to jump in. 1 second. Let me copy the link and post it in the comment. All right. Here you go. I see brother Lawrence already in the building. Peace, brother. You're welcome to jump in, so we can have that conversation we couldn't do on the last stream. So yes, sir, yes, sir. And for those who missed the stream, you can watch it. Let me see if I can post the link to the last video I just posted. Let me go on YouTube. 1 second. Uh, all right, I'm gonna post the link to the chat to the last stream. How to lose weight while eating. So those who missed it, they'll understand why I'm having this open panel based on that topic. All right. Waiting for more people to show up. All right. Peace to brother Tony Davis. Welcome to the building. Right now, I'm just having an open panel based on the last video I had regarding dieting and losing weight. So basically, what I talked about is giving certain techniques and strategies on how somebody can actually lose weight while eating and come from this level right here to this. It's possible, but you need to have discipline. you know so all right, brother Lawrence, welcome to the building. I know you already wanted to jump on it, so I had a separate stream.
Oh
Peace.
no, no, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. I was just I was just gonna come at it as somebody who served in the military, and some of the stuff that they had us do as far as it went for that kind of stuff. When you first join, you initially get like they feed you everything, especially eggs. Man, there's eggs served with every meal of the day to build up the protein so you can have what's required to build muscle, et cetera, and so on, while at the same time tearing down the fat because the amount of training you're doing, that's what's going to happen. And after you're done with that and you move into your specialty fields and stuff like that, uh, they start giving you survival training, which teaches you how to live off the land and stuff like that, and how to go days at a time without food or minimal water. Um, Now, my success ratio, the best I've ever done is 7 days. That's because I know you kept talking about 10, 14, 30, but my best has only ever been 7 days. And I've done it multiple occasions. The first time I ever tried it, like I had typed in the chat, in the other stream you had a minute ago, um, just two small pieces of unleavened bread a day with just a drop of honey on each one, and everything else after that was just lemon water. On occasion, I would have, well, to end the day, not on occasion, to end the day, I would just have a nice cup of hot tea. And that was it. And went 7 days with that. I dropped easily um, like two or three pant sizes. You know what I mean? um, so, so,
Yeah.
so, so, so that was interesting. Now, the only other time was 7 days straight with no food. What was interesting about that is that by the end of the third day, going into the fourth day, whatever pain I was feeling was gone. Was gone. As a matter of fact, it got so bad, friends and family actually called me out because my intention was to only go 3 days. I was just doing, a monthly fast because I think everybody should do that, by the way. Um, I was just trying to go 3 days. And before I knew it, it was day 4, day 5, day 6, day 7. And my family and my neighbors had to call me out on it because like I said, once the pain is gone, you don't realize, you're just going every day like it's nothing, no food, no pain, no nothing. But yeah, that's the best I've done. 7 days, no food. Like I said, didn't feel it. Like I said, the first 2-3 days, yeah, you're gonna notice it. But by the third, fourth day, it was done.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
And it's like that's why I mentioned. I'm like people who have diabetes. You can cure diabetes. It's a lie when they say you can cure diabetes. That's a lie.
oh, oh,
That's a
absolutely.
lie.
Oh, absolutely, you can. Well, yeah, you can. There's no question to that. There's absolutely no question to that. That's that. I mean, that's the easy fix.
Yeah,
As a matter of fact, the vast majority of what we deal with is an easy fix. It's really about keeping your body movement, watching your dietary plan, and just keeping up on everything. Like with our people. My main problem that I have that I try to explain to everybody. Our people are big on meat. We love our meat. You know what I mean? Steak, chicken, and for those who eat it, pork and all that good stuff. But see, here's the thing: we don't have enough people who love vegetables. You know what I
yeah,
mean? It's and not to be funny, vegetables are important for everybody, but they're especially important for us as men because
yeah,
the vast majority of those vegetables help us maintain our testosterone levels when we start getting into that older age bracket where we start losing it rather rapidly, per decade. Because once you hit between your 40s and 50s, you've lost close to half of your testosterone level. So eating kale, eating cabbage, and all that good, roughage is good for increasing your testosterone levels and just for everybody as a whole for flushing your colon and getting and pushing everything out. That's the point of it. But our people really have a thing about not eating vegetables. And for those that do, they want to drown it in everything, whether it be gravy, fried oils. You got to eat it straight from the earth. There's a reason it was made that way. So
yeah, yeah. You're speaking facts. And also, that's why I would say it depends on. You have to look at what your body can take, because I know some people, they're all the age and they were on a carnivore diet and their testosterone levels skyrocket, right?
hmm
And then you have
hmm
some people who were on a vegan diet, their testosterone skyrocket. So the thing is, it's like you have to find out what your body can handle. But that's why you notice a lot of people they jump from one diet to the next. Why? Because they don't have the discipline enough to stick with one thing and see if it works. They're just going to the trend. No, you have to discover what your body appreciates. I've met some people that say whenever they eat peanut, they have breakouts, right?
hmm
So they can't eat peanut. But me, when I eat peanut, I don't get breakouts because it's my body. Now, it could be that the reason why they have breakouts because they have dirty colon, right?
Yep.
So there are a lot of factors why certain sicknesses happen. That's why I'll tell you, I'm like, if you've never seen a clean colon in your life, like you've never noticed your colon being clean, maybe try to do it because, like I explained on the last stream, I drink water and yeah, I had the feeling of going to the bathroom. When I went there, it was like liquid, waste. And when I looked, it was clean, nothing because there was
Yeah.
nothing in my colon, nothing. It was
Yeah.
clean.
It's clear.
What?
Yeah, it's clear. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's clear because usually
Yeah,
everybody else it's a dark yellow or dark brownish yellow. That means you got a lot of stuff in your system.
yeah,
Your
yeah,
urine is not supposed to. Urine is not supposed to be that dark. I mean, you can have a light hint of some yellow in it, but it's generally supposed to be clear. Um,
yeah,
that's why when you wake up in the morning and you take your first piss, that's why it's so dark because that's everything that was in your body the night before that the your liver and kidneys were filtering, and when you get up in the morning it comes out. That's why it looks so dark. But my thing is that well, definitely you can alleviate that by definitely drinking more water. There's no question to that. I mean, that's common sense and everybody knows it. But I think also we forgot, we somewhere along the lines we forgot that when it comes to food and when it comes to eating, it's not just about physically fulfilling yourself with hunger. Food is a spiritual thing as well. And a lot of people seem to have forgotten that. And you got to be just as prudent with what's going in your body as equally as what's going into your spirit and into your mind, because this is a threefold process to get your body in order. The one is that you got to eat the proper foods, and you got to eat them the right way, in the right proportions. You know what I mean? The other thing is about the cleansing itself. When you have to do your baths, that because the baths are important, because the food is helping you to remove toxins and everything else. And yes, you can go to the bathroom, take a dump, take a piss, and that's out. But you also have to understand we have multiple layers to our skin. That's why you get the rashes and stuff when you first start doing everything, because the toxins are trying to push themselves out through the skin. So that's where the ritual baths come into play, with sea salt or baking soda or whatever it is you want to use. But you get in there and you soak for 20 minutes, and you do that like every day, every other day, depending on your tolerance. And that'll help push the toxins out even faster, in addition to what you were saying earlier on how to eat properly and get that colon clean. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's why I say, the whole topic about diet is it's just discipline, man. At the end of the day, is discipline. And then if you develop a habit of discipline, then it becomes natural. But if you like discipline, what's the saying? It's hard to break a habit.
Mm-hmm.
So to develop a good habit, you have to be disciplined to actually do it over time, every day. So it becomes like brushing your teeth. Like, you don't need anybody to tell you brushing your teeth is good for you. You just do it because you've been doing it since forever. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So the same
Exactly.
thing when it comes to your diet, you have to basically know why your body react to things and then implement as you go. That's why,
Mm-hmm.
and people have to know also that building a muscle is not easy. That's why all those guys, because I'll tell you this. I was even tempted. Like, man, I'm like, man, doing this the clean way, it's taking too long. Maybe I need to get that boost, right?
Right. Right.
But
Right.
then
Right.
to me, I'm like, well, what's the point of doing all that and getting all the side effects that come with such was it a drug, where I can just do naturally with herbs and eating right and exercising and see
Mm-hmm.
results, you know. And here's another thing that was shock to a lot of people. I was actually working out when I was fasting. I remember one time I did a 4-day fast where I was dry fasting, no food, no water, and I was going to the gym working out for an hour and a half, lifting weights, doing squats. And then
Yeah.
what I'll do is, if I'll go work out, I'll see how my body feels. If I feel good, then I continue. If I start feeling dizzy or tired, I stop. And then I
Yeah.
go
Yeah.
home, get my sleep. Basically, I
Yeah.
was testing the limit of my body. And I remember
Was
one time where I went to the gym and I work out. It was a good workout, but I was trying to lift weight, like the weight I was doing the squat, where you pull up the bar from the bottom, right, from the ground up, like
Mm-hmm.
like the little squat version. Man, doing that, I flame my heart like skip. What? Because it takes energy to pull that weight, and I could feel all the sensation in my body, like my blood vein. I started getting this. I was like, oh, I gotta stop. I stopped, and I calmed down, and then I went home. Why? Because I reached my limit, and then
Yeah.
that's the
Yeah.
new
Well,
eight.
and that's a fallacy that a lot of people have. They think because you're fasting or you're not eating, it means you're going to be weak. Actually, it's far from it. It's practically the opposite, because the only thing that gets affected when you first start fasting is the first day or two, you feel a little fuzzy in the head. Your concentration might be a little off. You might be a little slow and sluggish, but you're not weak. And like I told people, you can still go to work. while fasting. You can still do workouts because what happens is, and this is the beautiful thing about the Most High and how He built these machines He gave us. What happens is that if you're doing that and you're not eating, and let's say you do a light workout, nothing major, but just a light workout every day, what's going to happen is that the food that would generally come in to provide the energy to do it, it will now be the energy taken from the fat that was stored in your body. So you'll start losing weight even faster than you originally planned. Because that's what happens in every instance. Your body's not getting calorie intakes for energy. So what it'll do is it'll start eating off the reserves of your body. What are the reserves? Your fat. And that's what you wanted to get away. That's what you wanted to get rid of anyway. So you're literally making the fat work for you as opposed to fighting against it. You're using it in your favor. And that's a big confusion a lot of people got. They just think because you're fasting you're going to be weak, you're not going to win. It doesn't work that way. And like I said, for me personally, by the third or fourth day, you don't notice the hunger pains anymore. As a matter of fact, not only did I not notice the hunger pains, I stopped thinking about food, period. That's how come it got so dangerous to me, for me, when everybody had to talk to me, because before we realized that I was on day 7. I mean, I was literally finishing up day 7, and they're like, all right, so did you break your fast yet? Oh no, damn, forgot about it. And they're looking at me like, are you serious, dude? It's been 7 days. I said, I just stopped thinking about it, and that's the thing. Everybody goes into it from a level of fear. You can't go into it from a level of fear, especially when you know that the Most High has spoken many a times about us fasting and prayer and etc. and so on. He wouldn't tell us those things if it was going to be detrimental to us. You know what I mean? So don't go into it with a spirit of fear. Just have your prayer to him, and you start your fasting. And like I said, look, if it's one day, fine. Just one day is good. If it's one every other day, that's good too. Everybody moves at a different pace, and everybody will build up eventually to whatever their tolerance is. But don't go into it with a spirit of fear, and don't go into it as if you have to do it the way I do it, or the way fasting does it, or the way somebody else does it. And, to each person, you know what I mean? It's to each person akin to their skin level. That's all.
Yeah,
Skill level, not skin. Sorry.
yeah, that's right. That's right. And like I said, people, look, you can lose weight eating this.
Hmm. Yeah, you
But
can.
it's
You can.
how and when and how you go about the discipline to do it.
Yeah.
You can.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And don't forget your portion controls, because I have watched people sit and eat a huge meal, lean back, unbutton their pants. Oh man, that was so good. That was so good. I gotta have some more. I gotta have some. Dude, you just ate enough for 2 people. No, you can't do that. And what that is that it's the sugar and everything. Whether it be your barbecue sauces and your meat, your salad dressing, 6 half or a dozen, because they've already proven, FDA in their studies, is that sugar is 5 times more addictive than crack cocaine. That's why you can eat a big meal and your stomach feels full, but you still smacking your mouth taste buds wise, because you feel like you need more, because you're looking for that next dopamine hit from the sugar, so to speak. You know what I mean? So that's important to keep in mind too, and be aware of who you are and your surroundings, and how you deal with that. But portion control is huge. I mean, I've seen little kids, man, have plates that's big enough for a grown, 300-pound man. You're not supposed to be feeding your kids like that. I mean, we got a lot of bad habits. We do. We really do.
Yeah. And that's when, what you just mentioned, we can go in deep down the rabbit hole, the spirit of gluttony. And
That's
I mean,
exactly what it is. That's
yeah,
exactly that's the word, gluttony. That's exactly what
yeah.
it is.
Look at the psychology. Why do I need a billboard to remind me that I need to eat when my hunger should tell me?
Yep,
So
exactly.
people never ask themselves why do they have you ever traveled across country, and then let's say you're driving and then you have that billboard that says, can say you saw this, that means billboards work, right? Where you're looking over the horizon, or you're looking on the side and you see this little post that says, can you see this? It says, was it overboard works? So they're telling you everything they're putting there It's to get your attention because they know it's gonna make you feel something. And
Hmm.
you notice, what do they have? Food, billboards of food. Get this, get that, get this, get that. So you
Yeah.
driving around, not even thinking about food, but as soon as you see that billboard, guess what come to? You know what? I haven't had Subway in a while. I haven't had this in a while. And then
Hmm.
bam, you're not buying because you want to, because you were told. It's that spirit whispering in your ear, yeah, you need to buy it, you need to eat it. I know you already ate, mama's meal, but no, come on, that craving, that feeling, yeah, eat it, you know, which is not good. And I'll tell you, man, I've tasted real hunger. And once you eat, it's very satisfying. That's how you can tell which
Yeah.
one which.
Hmm. Yeah. 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 Um. But But like I said, there's a lot of bad habits we've picked up, both on our as well, just everybody across the board. We've picked up a lot of bad habits on eating techniques and styles in this country. We really have. Maybe that's because we're a country of overabundance. I don't know. But as a people, individually, we picked up a lot of bad habits from other cultures that we never should have had. So so like I said, a lot of bad habits, a lot of things. How we have to get out of the habit of. As far as that thing, you just from Mister about how it affects you while on blood pressure. Believe it or not, by the time you're done, you won't need that blood pressure medication.
Oh
And
yeah, I
and
have
if
a testimony.
and
Company does.
yeah, and if you do, trust me when I tell you, the dosage you're taking would be cut at minimum in half. But if you do it right and you do everything you're supposed to, cholesterol, blood pressure, and diabetes are capable of being fixed where you won't need the medication for any of it ever again. It's just doing everything the right way. That's all it is, and being disciplined. I mean that's huge. I mean for me, I have a little bit of an advantage because that discipline came from when I was in the military. You know, they beat it into you, they drum it into you, they drill it into you. So, and the thing about being in the military, more often than not, when you get out, even if it's 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, there's a lot of things you still maintain and do out of that habit of discipline. So the eating properly and stuff like that, there's a bit of an advantage in that respect for me. And also with the working out and the building muscle, that's another advantage I have from being in the military. You're in for 4, 6 years, 10 years, your retirement. There's certain things that no matter how far off you go in your weight gain, when you are ready to do something, you'll snap back faster than anybody else because you have muscle memory from what doing it before, as opposed to somebody who's never done it before. That's why people who've done it before, in my opinion, give up so easily because they're not accustomed to watching the results over a period of time. But like for me, I put on weight and I decide I want to do something about it. I'll start losing very quickly. I always have, but that's because of the muscle memory of when I was of all the years of doing it in the military. Because you got to understand, in the military, even when there's no war, you're practicing every single day, like clockwork. It makes no difference. Even if it's peacetime, you're doing it every single day. And when I say every single day, I'm talking about 30 to 45 minutes of calisthenics, weights, push-ups, sit-ups, etc., and so on. And then when that's done, you immediately break into anywhere from a 2 to 10 mile run, and that's every single day. So your body remembers those muscles. Your muscles have that memory of remembering what it's supposed to do, how it's supposed to do, how quickly it's supposed to do it, and all that good stuff. So that's a little bit of an advantage from a military perspective. So
Yeah, I wanted to do what Mister asked, right? Check this out. I just posted right now a link to a video I have on my channel. One of my fellow truck driver, he was my trainee. He was training me, with JB Hunt, and I basically help him go on a 2 day fast. It wasn't even 2 day, and he was on was it blood pressure pills and sugar pills and stuff like that, right? he was able to drop his sugar level from 200. Basically, he says whenever he wakes up, right, um, before eating, the sugar level is like 200, and then when you eat, it will spike up, right? So he's following his doctor's advice. He's been on those kind of pills for 15 years. And within 2 days, when I told him to just basically do like OMAD, like give him like I didn't even do OMAD, more like 8 hour window, right? I told him just 8 hour because like he's all a gentleman. So and if you look at him, he like now he looks different from what you see him in the video. He did OMAD where within 8 hours he drank, he ate sausages, was it breakfast, he had dinner, he drinks a few quote unquote beer or whatever, right? Just the basic stuff. But he did it within the 8 hour window. The Monday, well, he did it on the weekend, and then the Monday when he came, he was ecstatic. He was like, bro, guess what happened? Guess what happened? I'm like, what's going on? He's like, man, this morning when I checked my levels, it went down to from 200 to 119, right? And I could see in his face melted, right? Now watch this. Because he had a routine of taking blood pressure pill, right? Watch this. The next day, to Tuesday, he made a mistake. Instead of just sticking to the fasting routine, he took the pill. It brought his level, or was it his level to uh 56, or no, what was it, was it 62 or 50 something? He said that's actually bad. You want to know why? That's death. So he had to eat something to raise it or to spike up the level, and it went up to 140. And then both of us, when we had the conversation, I say, you know what I just heard you, because I learned that years ago that blood pressure pills, it's what's killing people, right? I say, you know what just happened? Fasting was able to lower your insulin level, right, to normalcy and your blood pressure. But by you taking that pill, you know what that pill's doing? Your pressure level was already no, your body's already adjusting. By you taking that pill, it was lowering it even lower. Which if he could have kill himself by taking the pill. So I was like, now imagine how many people are there because of the bad diet. They're taking a pill that's actually killing them slowly.
Well, I don't think. Okay, I get that you guys are the theology base. I get that, but okay. So let's see. Okay, so he was prescribed those medications based on his lifestyle choices at the time of him at the time of him going to the physician. Okay, and because physicians, the first thing, this has been my experience every single time. The first thing that physicians recommend to me for anything that may be issuing that's coming from a position of lifestyle is change the lifestyle. Okay, and I assume that they do that with everybody, but most people refuse to change their lifestyle. That's why people tend to get. That's why people are diagnosed with type 2 diabetes and continue to get fatter
Yeah, yeah.
because because even though they've already acquired a disease from their diet and their lifestyle, they don't want to change it. So what they have to do, so what physicians have to do from that point on is they have to manage the symptomology. So if you're not going to change the diet, if you're not going to change your lifestyle, then what they're going to do is prescribe medications that chemically alter the way the way your body works to adapt to the symptomologies. Okay,
Oh
so
yeah.
by you giving him advice on changing his lifestyle, most predominantly his eating habits, in quantity, type, and time, you're changing that. You see what I'm saying? You're changing that structure that had him on the medications.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So because there's for blood pressure there's what is there's systolic and systolic, right? So that's going to change the way. So For him eating the way he was before, those medications are right for him. For him not eating the way that he was eating before, that's not the right, because he's changed. He's changed the variables. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Right. So that would be one of those situations. Again, if you're not, again, if you who are, if you both who are not type 2 diabetics, I'm assuming, take diabetes medication, it's going to it's going to affect you adversely. Similarly, if you're both not on high blood pressure medications, you taking high blood pressure medications is going to affect you adversely, because those variables that would require you to take those medications aren't there in you, right?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Am I making sense?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, I completely understand that.
So,
And to his
so
story,
yeah,
there's a good news after you're done. I'll tell you.
that's why it's recommended that when people are making these changes whom are on medications, they do them with their physician's consultation first, so that they say, okay, so if you're doing this, yes, if you're eliminating, for instance, if you go keto, right, and you're eliminating carbohydrates, or you're either you're full out of eliminating, or you're minimizing the inclusion of carbohydrates and sugars within your diet, right, then you won't, then you're not going to need these things that deal with insulin spikes and crashes, because you're not consuming that which is going to cause your insulin to spike or crash. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
So yeah, so that's same thing with blood pressure. If you're not consuming, again, a lot of processed foods, and a lot of, and again, breads are processed foods, right? Breads, pastas, those are processed foods. So you're not intaking that same level of sodium, right? Because usually blood pressure medications are two in kind. One is to lower the blood pressure through the elimination of fluid, elimination of water accumulated within your bloodstream, right? Because that helps increase the blood pressure, and the atherosclerosis mitigation of the other medication. So again, the dynamic that you're referencing is, yes, you're going to see that result, because his variables have changed. Now, he may or may not continue to need these medications, or need them at different levels, but he's going to have consult with his physician, so that he can figure that out, depending on the change in variables, and most importantly, if he's going to maintain these changes.
Oh yeah. Speaking of that, last year, because when we had the interview was like in, I believe, September of 2018, and by February of 2019, he went to do his was it actually it was like with before the end of 2018. He went to his physician for, because as truck drivers, every 2 years, right, we
Yeah,
have to go do a physical.
DOT physical.
So yeah, so he was basically he was nervous about losing his license, because they were telling him that if he reached certain levels of, based on his medication and all that, his levels are going up and not going down, that he could basically lose his medical certification and basically stop working as a truck driver, right?
Yeah, because his
So
symptomology,
yeah,
he's not managing his poor health,
oh
and
yeah.
they don't want to get sued.
Yeah. So I began working with him, just giving him motivation. I'm like, hey, stop it, taking those pills, just stick with the routine. And he was basically faithful, taking it first. I think he got rid of the blood pressure. No, actually, he got rid of the blood pressure pills. Then slowly he took out the sugar level pills. And the next time when he went to see the doctor for his examination, they said, the nurses and the doctor, they say, you passed with flying colors.
Right.
And they told him that he would no longer, like his doctor said, I don't need to prescribe. He said, you're healthy as a young buck. And then the nurse, they will ask him to say, why did you do? Because he's been going there for 15 years, right? And when he basically told them they scorned him. You know, when he mentioned that all he did was doing the fasting routine and stuff like that. They were like, "Oh yeah, it sounds good, but it's not very good for you and all that." So he was like, "Man, look at these people." Instead of being supportive, they're basically downing what I've done to make my health better. It's like, so they actually wanted me to be sick and come there and get prescribed, or they wanted me to get healed. And then now the last time I saw him was 3 months ago. I saw this brother. His skin, like you know how some people were. It's like he's light skin, right? He's a light skin brother, but not light skin like I'll say like Mexicans. He's more like brown. You know what they call what? I'll say brown like Jay Z. Like Jay Z is
Okay.
not dark black. He's like
Right, right,
brownish
right.
color. But based on him having this diet and routine, the last time I saw him, his skin was glowing. He had no blemish. Like his skin was smooth. And I'm like, bro, what happened? I was like, your skin, what's going on? He's like, yeah, I've been keeping this routine. I think he said he started a new regime where he added what's that oil? Ghee. He said he added
Oh,
ghee
ghee
in,
butter.
yeah, ghee butter in his
GHE.
routine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. So people they probably don't know what it is, but I saw him. To me, what made me excited was seeing a brother who was on pills and he what kind of depressed and worrying about his health, change his whole thing around to the point where I'm seeing an older gentleman glowing as a young man.
Right.
And he's very tall too. He's the kind of brother who's are very tall and kind of skinny. So he has muscles and everything, but he's kind of on the skinny side, kind of like Kobe. But by him having this diet, he didn't gain weight. He just maintained it, and he looks way better than I saw him. Like he looks better than the last time I saw him. Like you see him if you get a chance, you see the video I posted. But
Hmm.
to me, I was like, look at somebody who was disciplined enough to follow a routine and sought the benefits. Guess what? Everywhere he goes, he tells everybody, even our co-workers, all the truck drivers, who are on the heavy side, be like, hey, bro, this young man helped me with this. He's like, you need to get into it, man. Just do something. Do something you see it. That's how I tell people. You
See,
don't have to be radical like me. Just change how you the frame or the eating window that you have, and you see result
yeah.
regardless.
No, see, this is the point I'm making. This is the point I want to make to people is maybe put it from a different perspective, right? I don't believe there's a lack of discipline. I don't believe that there's a lack of discipline. I believe the discipline is misdirected because a smoker is extremely disciplined in smoking.
Yeah, yeah. You
An
got it.
overeater and an overeater is extremely disciplined in overeating. An eater of garbage foods is extremely disciplined in eating in garbage food. Like they religiously avoid healthy food.
I just want to say real quick that last analogy, I hate you so much. You're not
Right?
wrong though. I'm speaking as a smoker. You are not wrong. You are not wrong at all.
Extremely disciplined in it.
Mhm.
It's just they're just disciplined in behaviors that are more harmful to them than they are beneficial.
Exactly, exactly. And then, like I said, it's I mean, even when we work at stopping it or cutting back on it, there's still a level of discipline, making sure you still have a certain amount. Like
Mhm.
back in the day, I used to be like a 2-pack a day kind of dude. I mean, I was. Then I started whittling it down. Now I'm about one or two cigars a day, and that's it. But I still, like you said, that discipline is still there. Discipline enough to know I still need that nicotine. So
Yeah.
so even when you, yeah. I mean, that's why I had to tell you I hate you for that. I really do. You giving up secrets, man. You give me receipts. I can't
It,
take it.
it's exactly that. See, I look, I like one meal a day. I like water fasting for a period of time. I like keto. Uh, I like intermittent fasting, right? But here's what I try to express to people: look, in any of those you can utilize and be successful in them, if you apply the discipline to them, yes. But you can also do something. You can also do things that are simpler. One of the things I recommend is eat a quarter head of lettuce with every meal. Your stomach only has
yeah.
your stomach only has a limited capacity.
Well, that's what goes back to what I was saying earlier about us and vegetables. Because with me, what I do is like my plate, 50% or better is just vegetables.
Yeah.
I mean, just pure vegetables. I keep potatoes and starch and stuff like that down to a minimum, and my cut of meat fits in the palm of my hand, no more, no less.
Right.
And after eating that, if I still feel like I want more food, what I'll do is I'll drink water, because that'll swell up what's in your stomach and make you feel full. So done.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just a mind shift. That's all it is. It's just a
most
mind
of
shift.
these things can be eliminated by mitigating the amount of sugar that you eat and the amount of salt that you eat.
Absolutely. I stopped
um,
cooking with salt a long time ago. I
now,
mean, I cut that out like over almost a decade ago.
now, when I say sugar, I mean when I say sugar, what I mean is glucose. So
Yeah,
understand that all carbohydrates break down to glucose glycogen. All of them. That's why there are foods to avoid when you go to the ADA, not the ADA, but the diabetic association. You know what I mean? When you go to they tell you to stay away from potatoes, rice, yada yada yada, because they break down faster, and and higher concentration to sugars, carrots, things like that. They have a high sugar content, high glycemic index to begin with, and they break down faster to it. And alcohol is another thing that breaks down into sugar. So you reduce the amounts of salts and sugars in your diet, right? By way of pure sugars, either cane sugar, beet sugar, or corn syrup, because dietarily they're all the same. Because again, they're all going to break down to glucose and glycogen, right? Glucose and glycogen are what's going to spike your insulin, right? While your insulin is spiked, you cannot efficiently burn calories unless you're a Michael Phelps person. Unless you're a high functioning athlete, or a highly or in a highly, or you're a or you're a laborer, right? You're burning calories all day, right? You can eat whatever you want. If you're one of those cats, you can eat high sugar, high carbohydrates all day, because you're burning somewhere between 5 to 8,000 calories a day. But most of us aren't doing that. So don't pretend that you are. Most of you aren't training for the Olympics. Most of you aren't working heavy labor for 6, 8, 10 hours a day. So let's not pretend that you are. So eliminating those things, eliminating specifically the sugar and the salts, specifically sodium, is going to benefit you. So now with sodium, there's a balance that has to be maintained. You can cut out all sugars, and just like the gentleman said before, what that does is it starts your body, because you're a mammal. It starts your body to say, oh, I need an alternative fuel source to maintain. So it starts burning the fat, because again, that sugar then breaks down, when it's not utilized in caloric fashion, is stored within the fat cells. Fat cells shrink and expand based upon the utilization that they're being utilized at.
That is correct. That is correct.
You are going to utilize after I usually you'll notice after 3 days you'll get into what's referred to as a high ketone state, by reducing the amount of sugars that you intake, and you will begin to utilize the method of burning fat as fuel.
That's what I was saying earlier, right before you came on. Your body will do it naturally. It's just it's an automatic state. When you're not putting anything else inside, it'll start burning off those reserves.
You'll actually notice that you feel more alert and have more energy, because again, you're tapping into an abundant fuel source for most of us, because we're overweight.
That is correct. Yeah. Everything you're saying is you're saying it better than how I said it earlier, but that's pretty much what I was saying. Without doubt. And like I said, I'm proof of that. Fasting's proof of that. You're proof of that. And I know a couple other people. That's exactly how it goes. Because like I said, once you stop eating, like I said, the first day or two, you might be a little, foggy in the head and stuff like that. But as far as it goes for physically, you're still fine.
Yeah.
You're still perfectly fine. And like I said, by that third, fourth day, your body will start consuming the fat in the body for those stores of energy to replace what you're not putting in. And like I said, for me, by the fourth day, I didn't even notice I wasn't eating. Food just didn't matter anymore. And before I knew it, like I said, I had friends and family. My dude, it's 7 days. You got to put something in your system. You know what I'm saying? So you literally reach that point where, like you were saying, mentally you become more clear, your clarity it strengthens, and you start to realize that food is not. You just don't think about it. It's not even that you're trying to do it. It just happens. You just stop thinking about food.
Yeah, it's here's the thing. Unfortunately, we have some medical community has some unfortunate ways that they've gathered information, and sometimes it's because of nefarious actors. But the German good note takers and what they were doing during the Holocaust was recorded.
Mm-hmm.
And what they did to those people in concentration camps, I don't want to get anybody in any trouble, so we'll say it that way. They did not feed them. They did not feed them, and most of them did not die for lack of being fed. They wasted away. They definitely wasted away because their body would go, their body would go into that ketosis mode in which they are they're eating up, they're burning up their fat, and then once they don't have any more fat to burn off, then they're going to start. Then you're going to get to what's referred to as capitalization, which starts burning into the muscle. It starts your body will start consuming the muscle. This is what I'm saying. Virtually nobody in America is in danger of that.
No, they're not.
It's it's evident that you look everywhere you look, and people are nowhere near losing their protein due to a carbohydrate restrictive diet. So I don't mean to put a dour mood on it, but again, most of these studies after the fact are just confirming the information that was already available from those horrible events that were documented. And it really is a simple. Is it as simple as calories in, calories out? Yes, but there are also other angles to utilize. That again, you use something like 1 meal a day, so that you're fasting for 12 to 14 hours. That can help it, but better again, in my estimation, and in pretty much all the supported documentation from studies, has been a significant reduction in the amount of carbohydrates, i.e. sugar, that you intake within a day. And it's hard when you're going through using the standard American diet, because again, you go through and you read all the labels of things that have labels, hint, 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 that sugar is in all of them, and sugar is in them in a significant quantity. Because again, reading a label for a product, it tells you it lists those ingredients by the percentage base of which they're in the product. So it's if it's within the first three or four ingredients, it's significant. It's high. It's a high percentage base. So if you see sugar within a product list, within an ingredients listing that's listed second, third, or fourth, estimate that it's 20% of that. At least. If it's fourth, I'd say 20%. If it's third, I'd say it's 30%. If it's second, I'd say it's roughly 40%, perhaps even 50% of the overall ingredient. And since we also know that nobody's abiding by serving sizes, nobody is abiding by the serving sizes.
Actually, I do. I do.
Well, you would be an outlier in that.
Yeah. No, and like I said, I'm not saying that to brag, because it wasn't easy. This is something I've been practicing, like I said, for at least a decade. It ain't easy to do. And
because the serving size for Oreo cookies or Chips Ahoy's is 3.
Exactly. And see, I don't even eat any of that anymore. So what I do is I keep a food scale right there. So I measure and weigh my portions exactly to what it claims for serving size and stuff like that. So like I said, it's not easy. Like I said, this is a 10-year journey for me.
Yeah.
The
single servings of ice cream that people call single servings of ice cream, yeah, that's 2.5 to 3 servings.
Yes, yeah, and like I said, I haven't touched any of that stuff in a decade. So I don't. I mean, I couldn't even tell you anymore because, like I said, I've removed all that. I got a place I go to, man. I just buy natural stuff, dried
Yeah,
fruit, cashews, peanuts, yada, and I make sure I get the unsalted stuff and all that. So yeah, like I said, it's a journey because, like for me, I was always naturally slim, an athletic body, and military and all that good stuff. But when I about 10 years ago, I hurt my back. So every now and then my back will go out. And when my back goes out, I'm on my back, you know what I'm saying, for at least 2-3 weeks at a time.
yeah.
And so of course I'm putting the weight on. You know what
But
I
the
mean?
elbows,
Because
the back don't work, but the elbow still does, right?
exactly, exactly. So and on top of that, it's a stress eating kind of thing because you're
Yeah,
upset that you can't move, and the only thing you can do is either look at the TV or eat. And
yeah. Stress and boredom. Yep.
you got to stress out on both of them, and you overcompensate. Let's be honest
Hmm.
about that. That's what that
Oh, I did
is.
it. I did the
Um,
same. I did the same thing. It did the same thing. It's why I had to look into this stuff. It's like, man, I continued to eat, and then I'll say this: I probably increased my calorie consumption, and I wasn't working out.
hmm hmm Yeah, it'll
And so,
happen.
yes, the math is just going to work out that way. Look, you're not burning if you're not burning the calories, but you're consuming the calories. Well, one thing's going to happen. But
Exactly.
but again, doing something as simple, people don't realize something as simple and as inexpensive. How much is a head of lettuce? $1?
I'll go you one better. As I've said many a times on this channel and other channels, I grow all my stuff.
Well, yeah,
Um,
that's it. Yeah.
because don't get me wrong, I get what you're saying about head of lettuce and stuff like that, but there's still some levels of danger with buying from supermarkets and etc. Because you're really not eating real food. A lot of that has the tendency to be GMO. You know what I mean, and stuff like that. So being able to grow your own is generally far better. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll give it. But I mean, again, and not that I'm taking the way. I would love that more people did that. I would love that people would do more urban gardening and things of that nature, right? But unfortunately, we live in a society. So again, I'm
Mhm.
giving you look, the cheat code is this. The cheat code is this: eat foods that don't have ingredient lists.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Or at least get them in their most basic form, and you can add your own ingredients. Take your
That's
pick.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Avoid. See, this is what I do. I avoid 85% of the supermarket.
hmm
I go to the produce section, I go to the meat section, and I go to the eggs and dairy section.
Yep. Yep.
Because everything in the middle there, everything in the middle there is not conducive to me. Is not conducive to me as a 40-year-old man. Uh,
Yeah.
as a 42-year-old man with a lower metabolism than when I was in my 20s and my 30s.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I get
Lower.
enough carbohydrates by going through the use by eating fruits and vegetables
hmm
that I don't need to supplant it with grains.
Absolutely, absolutely, and like I was saying earlier, that's better anyway because, well, as I was saying earlier, I don't know if you heard,
Mhm.
but once you reach 40 and you start climbing, the level of testosterone we lose is massive.
Yeah.
For each year going forward, so those vegetables are key
Oh,
to keeping that
grains and
testosterone
soy.
level.
Grains and soy.
What about it?
Soy is necessary. Soy has not nutritionally been associated with good things.
No, no, no. Soy is not good at all. As a matter of fact, soy does nothing but increase your estrogen level, which is only going to add to the fat content.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So yeah, soy's not good at all. I've always known that.
Yeah, it does. It's not highly conducive hormonally to
Mhm.
the human body itself, but specifically to the human body itself, but specifically to men and reduction of potential testosterone production and increase of estrogen production. It's also not good for women either, and that increase of the estrogen production either. So it's really not women or young girls. Uh, so and again by you eliminate so much by staying out of that area. And I understand it. Look, sugar is good. We're mammals.
Mhm.
We are biologically programmed to immensely enjoy sugar and salt. It's biologically ingrained within us as mammals.
Mhm.
But you as a human being, you don't get the burden. You don't get the alleviated burden that animals have. You have to be consistent. You have to be considerate of these things.
Yeah.
They're one of the things I always say is that, like, I've never come across the overweight person that ate salads 3 times a day consistently. Discipline.
Yeah.
Now, I've been on this diet for 3 weeks and all I've been eating is salads. Yes, I've come across that person, but that consistently sat down and their meal was started. That consistently sat down and their meal was a third salad and was overweight. Never met that person. I've never met that person.
Hey,
We really, especially black people, Americans in general, but especially black people, got to get on the broccoli, got to get on the kale, got to get on the spinach, got to get on the vegetables, and again, not with, like the brother said, not with the addition of the additions of gravies and heavily sugared dressings.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah, that was me. Because see, I grew in it before I was adopted. I spent a good number of years with my birth family till about 14, 15, and I watched them. And I watched the way they ate. I watched the way they cooked. I mean, you can talk to brothers and sisters and all that. I didn't touch any of that. Everything was smothered with something. Everything was oily and greasy. Everything was stuff that you should, man, I wouldn't even give to a dog, personally speaking. That's just me. And I've always had an awareness since I was a kid that something with that was wrong, especially when I'm sitting there and I'm watching everybody massively overweight, relatives dying from cancer, diabetes, high blood pressure, cholesterol, and the whole 9 yards. And I made that decision when I was young. I'm not going to be that person.
hey, what's going on, fellas? Can y'all hear me?
I'm sorry, man. I'm so sorry,
no,
man.
Yeah, you good, man. What's going on? This Benny Chain, man.
Peace, bro.
Hey, it's a great. What's going on, Faster? What's going on, Zilla?
Hey, what's that?
And what's your name, buddy? I don't even know.
Lawrence. It's Lawrence. What's good, man?
Lawrence. What's going on, man? Great conversation. I just want to jump in, man, because I honestly like eating bad foods, man. What's wrong with eating bad foods?
Well, there's nothing wrong with it as long as you're burning off the calories.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that's the thing. Here's the trick. Realistically speaking, we can eat anything we want to. It's just that everything has to be done in moderation. Okay, whether you believe in that from a secular position or whether you believe in that from a scripture from a spiritual perspective, everything's done in moderation. But what we have is when you make your diet nothing but fast foods, morning, noon, and night, every day, 365 days of a year, and then in addition to that, you're not even trying to do proper water intake. And in addition to that, you're not even doing mobility. You're not walking, you're not jogging, you're not doing some kind of exercise. That's when it becomes bad. And then in addition to that, again, portion control. Just because you had a Big Mac at 2:00 in the afternoon, and by 2:30 you still have a taste for it and you want to go back and get another Big Mac. Okay, now you're exceeding your portion level. That's just not necessary. It's bad in that capacity. Guys, hold on 1 second. Oh no, I lost him. I'm sorry.
I kind of want to say though, have y'all ever heard of eating multiple meals throughout the day to speed up your metabolism? Have y'all ever heard it?
Yes, but people
guys,
use that.
I'm sorry, guys. Real quick, I'll be right back. Okay. I'm gonna go on mute. I'll be right back.
Benny, people abuse that until the point in which they're eating 4,000 calories a day.
Yep.
You know what's crazy though, man? To me, the amount of dietary, somewhat doctors that you could just find on YouTube that all say something different, along with your own doctor that you would see in person. It seems like when it comes to this whole weight loss thing, it's almost like snake oil. You know, everybody so called knows what the fuck they talking about, man.
The
And
weight loss industry is an
yeah,
excuse industry.
well, it amazes me though every time to where even nutrition. Let's scratch the whole weight loss. Let's just talk about nutrition because it's so crazy how you know I think as we go along, the humans are learning as we go along. You know, it amazes me how one year you have an individual claim this diet, claim this nutrition is here, claim every year is something different. Like I'm gonna ask y'all a question. When was it when did it start that you were supposed to drink a gallon of water a day? I would love to hear, and y'all could just say what year you remember when it was nutritional health wise for you to drink a gallon of water a year.
Well, I can say
I mean, it's
I
just not hold on, Ozilla. I don't want you to go into a whole because you
no
might
no
go
I
into
was going
a
to
whole.
answer your question.
Okay, go ahead.
Uh, uh, I heard in the late mid to late 80s, I heard 6 to 8 glasses a day, and then by the end of the 90s, it became like a gallon a day. Yeah, you're right.
That's all I would, and that's my point. And you might be a little older than me. I honestly remember hearing you need to drink a gallon of water a day. I think it was around 2012. I heard the couple of glasses of water, when I was younger, what have you, when I wasn't even paying attention to the shit. Whole time we was drinking a couple of, even though it was Kool-Aid with sugar in it, but it was still a couple of ounces of water though. You see
Well,
what I'm
yeah.
saying? It wasn't. I don't, and I don't want nobody to jump on top of that. But it wasn't soda and it wasn't juice. It was still Kool Aid. Yeah, it had sugar in it. It wasn't fructose or whatever tros fruit. Yeah, but
Fructose. It was
yeah,
fructose.
just get my point to
It,
where
it wasn't fructose. It was sucrose. Yeah.
yeah, but at the end of the day, it was still some water. It had the sugar that was the bad thing, but it was still straight water. It wasn't some carbonated drink. You know what I'm
Well,
saying? But my
but
whole point is how it keeps changing, and I wonder if it's a marketing. Not wonder. I know it's a marketing thing behind it all. Because realistically, your body don't need no gallon of water a day. I don't care what body size you is. It's common sense to where you just urinating that water out. You just flushing all
well,
kind of good and bad out your body.
well,
It's just
yes, but
common sense. It's common
but
sense, though.
again, the goal would likely to be because of exactly the last point because of the last point of what you're making, right? It's to flush out the toxins. It's to urinate more to flush out the toxins. Now, you can also you can also go too far, right? You can give yourself water poisoning by going by taking that up to 3 gallons, right? But again, when you're talking about Kool-Aid, when you're talking about juice, you're talking about soda, it doesn't matter because they all have approximately the same amount of sugar.
Yeah, yeah, and the sugar was the next thing I was about to go into, but I just wanted to get out the way that how nutrition as we go forward keeps fucking changing. My bad, fasting too, if I keep using the F bomb. But my whole thing is how as we go forward as humans and we think we getting smarter, when the whole basics is in a couple different books, the whole basics is in your body alone. You don't have to really know that. You don't have to. I mean, for some folk they do, and some folk people don't listen to their body or listen to they third person to realize like, damn, I don't need to be eating all that cake. I don't, man. I done had four different animals. I done ate four different animals today. I done ate four different animals today, man. Two of them had a bunch of cheese on it. The other two had some bread wrapped around it, and the other two had some pasta sitting next to it. I mean, it's to a point to where it's like, all right, so back. I don't want to make. I hate when I do a spill, but let's look at the 19. these food pyramids. Was that a health pyramid for you to be healthy, or was
No.
that a health
No,
pyramid for folk to sell their products?
that was
So,
And that's
that was the marketing. That was marketing
that
material.
yeah,
it was
marketing, marketing.
Hey,
marketing all day long. In 1950, we didn't eat anywhere near as much meat as we're eating today. You
Right.
know why we're eating so much meat today? Because it's big business. That's all it is.
Well,
Hey, have
yeah.
some bacon in the
Yeah.
Um.
morning.
Hey,
Have
hey,
a
hey.
ham sandwich.
Yeah. Hey,
Have a
guys. I'm
steak.
sorry. Uh,
Go
oh,
ahead.
I'm sorry. No, no. I'm sorry. I got spacing in between. I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
Oh no, no, I'm almost done, man. I hate doing the spill, but I just, I just want to get my point across on nutrition to where it's like this is an ongoing scenario until there's diseases attached with it. And again, your body, you know when you full. You know what I'm saying? You know that animal was maybe you don't know that animal was manufactured and it don't have a soul that you bought out the grocery store. Maybe you don't know that that head of lettuce, you know what I'm saying, was grown inside of a warehouse. Maybe you don't know that water has multiple different chemicals in it that you just chugging along all day long because you want to be healthy and clean your body out. Maybe you don't know any of those things. But at the end of the day, you have to realize that you're in a different time than you ever were. And it's all about marketing. And I'm tying that back to the factor of all these nutritional people on YouTube, everybody that swears they know what's healthy and what's not, when you could research the ultimate root of things. You know, I didn't even know a real banana had seeds in it, man. You
yeah,
believe that?
yeah.
I didn't know that. Ain't nobody even tell me that though, man. Ain't
Yeah, if
nobody
you go
tell me.
in
Go ahead.
now, I was
Yeah.
just saying, if you go in places in like South and Central America, especially in the jungle, you'll find wild bananas that have seeds in them.
I didn't
Yeah.
know that though. Whole
Yeah.
time when you eat a banana today, you can see where those seeds are. They're not even seeds though, but it's like you see the little black dots where it was like, oh, that's where the seeds were.
Those are
Ain't
still
nobody.
seeds, just underdeveloped.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ain't
Um.
nobody tell me that a real banana, got seeds in it, man. Nobody in my whole life I had to run across it like, man, you lying. They
Yeah.
lying, man.
Practically everything has seeds in life. I mean, seeds in them. I mean, that's the way it's supposed to be. But I just wanted to do a quick service announcement if I could. Fasting. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know real quick that Azen is listening in. His surgery went well, and he wanted to
Okay.
give he wanted to give a thanks to you and all of us for keeping him in prayers and all that good stuff. But
Oh,
but but
awesome, man.
he's
Good
but
news.
but he but he's there. He's listening in. He tried to get in on the panel, but I guess in the hospital they got some kind of Wi-Fi situation set up. But he is listening to us, so I just wanted to give that shout out real quick.
Oh yeah. Shout out to you, Hazen. Peace and blessing, man. That's good. That good. That's good. It went well, especially under this pandemic.
Exactly,
Those
exactly. But
witch
he
doctors. Oh, I mean, those doctors. You gotta watch out for them. So hopefully it's good.
but he should be but he said he should be back home tomorrow.
Awesome, awesome. That's good. Yeah, get away from them because you don't want them touching you for too long.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
but he just got out of he said he just got out of recovery. He's in his room. They getting ready to give him some food, and have him just lean back and get some rest and recuperate. But he it went well and he's doing good. And he wanted to come on so he can thank everybody for their prayers and stuff, but it wouldn't let him in. So
Yeah,
I figured I
that's
figured I'd do that. I figured I'd do that for my little brother there real quick.
oh yeah. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Mm.
That was
yeah. I just wanted to touch quickly on what Judge was talking about earlier in terms of eating all those calories per day. From my experience, just short experience playing sports, is that what I think most people need to start doing is viewing food as fuel first, not as pleasure. And I think that's one of the mistakes people tend to make. If you look at food as fuel, you'll understand that if I'm living a sedentary life, I don't need to eat foods with well, a large amount of foods with high glycemic index because I don't need that much fuel on a daily basis. Also, if my body fat percentage is, say, over 20%, I know for a fact as well that I don't need to be eating a large amount of foods that are going to contribute to more fat storage. Now, why I mentioned earlier that the diet industry, in my opinion, or the diet industry is an excuse industry, is because we see all these stories and complaints. A person saying this diet doesn't work, that diet doesn't work. The fact of the matter is, no, it's not really the diet that's not working. It's the person themselves, for the most part, not having enough discipline and eating food the way it should be eaten. So
Mhm.
let me give an example. While training, I would eat around 3,500 to 4,000 calories a day. I would have to track what I ate practically daily. Sunday is probably the only day of the week I didn't track what I ate. And like you have, Lawrence, I would have sometimes have to have a food scale, to weigh stuff out, see what I'm eating, how much I'm eating, etc.
Right,
And
right.
I could not believe how much I was eating just to get to 4,000 calories.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking that was what amazed me. I'm thinking, how the hell does an average person eat this much a day and not think about it?
Hmm.
Well, again, the easy way to do it is what I'm saying before, right? Okay, what people don't realize, right? Well, I'll take a perfect example. Perfect, 1,000% perfect example. It's impossible. We'll go 100% at least. Uh, the uh, the frappuccinos, chapalimos, that the iced coffee morning treats that everybody gives themselves, right? They're milkshakes. It's not coffee. That is a milkshake.
Yeah, yeah,
It
yeah,
is
yeah.
it is
That's
a
true.
milkshake. Like,
That's true.
people don't realize that venti, shlapalapalapa, whatever it is, that is a milkshake. That literally has 1,300 calories in it.
Yeah, just when
Wait,
you're
wait,
done,
wait.
Judge, I'm gonna give a run through of what a day, 4,000 calories look like. So continue.
Yeah, but you can do it easily when you eat things that are heavily sugar and fat laden. Easily, right? Like it wouldn't take every single one of us here could drink four of those milkshakes a day easily, easily, with no and still eat more food throughout the day. So what if they're all 1,300 calories, 12 to 1,300 calories, right? You've effectively if you've drinking four of them, you've effectively consumed nearly 5,000 calories.
I mean, my whole thing is it's a lot of arguments too as far as calories, and everybody's body uh is the acceptance of calories is not the same. Y'all kind of brought up as far as someone who, has a different type of job, but you have thin people whose metabolism, their calorie situation isn't working like someone else's. It even boils down to blood types. And I know that'll be a
Yeah,
whole nother conversation. But for you to stick on calories is you kind of being robotic with your body.
no,
And
no, no,
you
no,
might
no.
you
Because
might you
again, once
might
you identify those other characteristics, if you choose to eat outside of those characteristics that are beneficial to that a particular blood type or body type, those are your own choices. Again, as you came in when saying what's wrong with eating the bad food, nothing's wrong. But if you want to complain about the results of it, then you can't sit there and say just shut up and I'm not saying this is what you're saying.
Yeah, I
But
got
what
you.
but what I'm saying is you can't sit there. People can't sit there and say, "Shut up and let me eat whatever I want," because everybody's different, and then complain about the results.
No, I,
Exactly.
I actually I actually was trolling when I came in and said that because it still amazes me that people are still eat out people will still eat all these processed as foods, knowing that folk have told them multiple times that those
Yeah,
processed foods are bad. I say that in a trolling fact because it's 2020 and
yeah,
folk act like half the food they eat is not throwaway.
yeah.
People
People are blaming
people
McDonald's for making them fat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not,
yeah,
not only
yeah, yeah,
that,
yeah,
people
yeah. Because
like
yeah,
people feel like milk gives them vitamin D, right? They feel like milk comes out of a cow and has this plethora of vitamin D in it, not knowing that they
That
actually
vitamin D has to be added to it. Yeah.
exactly. People feel like, sugar is sugar, and they don't realize that even your bread has corn syrup in it.
Yep.
People don't even realize that the molecule, and I wish Fasting will pull this up. If you look at a picture of a molecule of sugar, actual, real, natural grain sugar, it's just a lever off of cocaine. The
All
Yes,
right.
it
molecule,
is.
So
Well,
hold
yeah,
on,
that's why.
the molecule almost looks exactly like a molecule of cocaine. That's why it's so addictive. We didn't
Well, I
eat
know.
we didn't eat a lot of processed sugar ever. We ate fruits. You got citrus, and I might be fucking this up. I mean, my bad. You got two different F tropes. One is from fruit and one is processed. And that's something that's not really talked about for real. On top of the factor of the only time we ate something honestly sweet was from fruit. It wasn't from cake. Sugar wasn't in bread. Sugar wasn't in pasta. Sugar wasn't. Do you know how many things you eat a day you don't even know it has sugar in it?
Yeah.
Y'all
Well,
might know, but everybody else might not know though. Do you know
well,
how
like
many things have sugar in it? Not even for it to be sweet. Not even for. Do you know how many things have corn syrup in it? I like to call it just corn syrup because that's what it is. If you don't know what the other name of corn syrup is, then that's fine. You need to do your own research. But do you know how many things that you eat a day have corn syrup in it? You would not even suspect it.
Yeah.
well, like I said earlier, I mean, they've already proven through the FDA and everyone else that sugar is 5 times more addictive than crack cocaine. So, I mean, that's just all it is. I mean, well, we're not just talking about eating healthy and keeping everything in point. We're also talking about dealing with addiction to some degree.
Hmm.
And that's and addiction is a beast. It's a beast. But
But do you think
but
corn syrup could
unspecialist.
be a factor of people's obesity though?
Do I
Because,
think what?
because do you think corn syrup could be the cause of a lot of people's obesity without them knowing of it?
I don't think it's a cause as so much as a contributing factor. Does that
Yeah.
make sense?
And
Not
and, and
really.
and I would
Not. Hold on. Not really.
Okay.
I would actually argue the level of ignorance that's actually out there. I don't treat adults like children.
Exactly. Now, as far as it goes for the cause, I don't think it's the cause of obesity, but I do think it's one of the contributing factors that assists in it. So it's everything from mindset to portion control to proper types of food to eat to corn syrup to regular sugar to fluoride and everything else in between. It's a contributing factor, not the overall cause. It's one of many things for the cause.
Hey
Does that
guys,
make
if you guys didn't know, check out European diet, especially Italians. The way they
Yeah,
teach
yeah.
Americans way to eat, you be patapoof, meaning you're gonna be like precious. But look
Yeah.
at you rarely gonna see a quote unquote fight Italians, but look at what they eat. So that should raise some questions. Okay, they eat pasta, they eat what you call greasy stuff, bread. Most Europeans, especially French people, they love bread. A lot of bread in their diet, but look at them. You know,
Yeah,
you
but you
find
got
someone
but you got
obese, it's like rare.
Yeah, but you got to understand how that food is prepared and made. Because I dated Italian women, and I've
And
had their
portion
Italian.
Well,
sizes.
let's talk
Yeah,
about their
portion, yeah.
pasta and their burrito real quick.
It's generally made from scratch in a lot of cases. In a lot of
Wait,
cases, it's made from scratch,
yeah,
and when
that
it's
I
made from and when
was.
it's made and when it's made from scratch, you have a level of control of preservatives and processed stuff that goes into the stuff you buy in the supermarket, as opposed like me, for instance. I cook bread, leavened and unleavened bread. There's a radical difference when I make my bread as opposed to what's included in the ingredients in a loaf of bread you buy from the supermarket. There's more control. There's stuff that would go in the supermarket bread that I don't put in mine. So it has a tendency to be considerably more healthier.
well,
You see what I'm saying?
key factor with bread. Freshly made bread, you only got a day or two expiration on it, or it's
Yep.
gonna lock up and get hard. This
That's correct.
bread that everybody buys out the store, that bread will stay good for 2 weeks, 3 weeks with no mold on it. You
That's
see what I'm
correct.
saying? But But
and that's
again,
and that's how you that's how you know
but this,
something's wrong.
but hold on, but this veers into the whole adult and child thing that Judge just said. Because at the end of the day, it's not a adult or child thing. It's to the point where folk truly don't understand and know. They don't know this. The only reason why I knew that about bread is because when I was young, I worked at a bread factory. And I understood that it wasn't even like a regular bread factory. It was like one of them, they had a real concoct way of how they did it. But if you eat that bread in a day or two, it'll locked up you to be able to throw it and hit a bitch in the head, it'll damn near bruise their face. And I was like, well,
Yeah, but
dang, why is that like that though? Why
but see, you
why is
also
this fresh bread doesn't last that long? And the bread in the store could last up to about 2 weeks and
because of
still
all,
don't get
but that's because of all the preservatives and additives they put into it that shouldn't go into it. That's why it
again.
lasts for 2 weeks.
Okay,
And
so
and
again,
and 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 you
go
also
ahead, go ahead.
and you also have to take in consideration something else too. When you say a lot of people don't know about this stuff, I'm not saying you're incorrect, but you also have to understand there's a lot of people who don't want to know. Ignorance is bliss for a
Too.
lot of people.
That too. But look, we just talking about bread. We're just talking about bread. We're not talking about nothing else. And that's my whole point. And that's truly my whole point that I'm really trying to get across. Talking about bread.
Well, do me
We're
a
not
favor.
talking about
Well,
nothing else.
do me a favor. Do me a favor, real quick. Do me a favor. I want to come back to that because I know that's important to you. But Unspecialist has been waiting to share something, so I'd like to
Oh,
get to that real quick if you don't mind.
I appreciate that. Go ahead.
Right. Thanks, Lawrence. So I'm gonna share 2 days of eating with you guys. Both days were over 3,700 calories, and just to show how easy it is, actually, just simple foods, you could hit that much. And this was with me working out about 6 to 8 times a week, and the average person doesn't do that. So imagine them doing higher numbers than this, and it's a regular thing. But anyways, so this was sometime in November last year. My breakfast was 2 pancakes, 2 fried eggs. That actually totaled to almost 1,000 calories for breakfast. Right, two relatively large pancakes. Lunch was 2 cups of white rice and about a cup and a half of sausage and bean stew. Lunch was 800 calories. Dinner was 3 cups of oatmeal and 4 tablespoons of peanut butter. That's 1,300 calories. And then throughout the day, I had a scoop of ice cream and a cup of whey protein. That was 600 calories. That one scoop of ice cream was almost 300 calories.
Hmm.
So imagine, on a regular day, sometimes somebody might eat 2, 3 scoops of ice cream. Anyways, let's go to the second day now. Hold on. Right. So second day, same. My breakfast was the same: 2 eggs, 2 pancakes. For lunch, however, this time it was a much a cleaner day. So I had what you guys would call spinach, uh, 2 mangoes, 2 cups of pumpkin, and a cup and a half of white rice. That lunch was 1,500 calories. Dinner, I actually had KFC for dinner, but that was the KFC meal was medium fries, some buffalo wings, and I actually didn't drink the soda. So dinner was 1,000 calories. And then my snack for the day was a cup of salsa. So that day was 3,500 calories. Now, the reason I brought those 2 different days up, one day I ate much more fruits, much more vegetables. The other day was kind of a really messed up day. Now, that's how easy it is in just 3 or 4 meals to hit that many calories.
Hmm.
And I had to work out 6 to 8 times a week just to keep my body fat percentage at or around 10%. Most people live sedentary lives.
Yes.
And what happens is they lose track of the fact that they're eating all these calories, right? And it's like, I think it was Benny was talking about. Most people don't know. I guess ignorance is bliss. You know what's here. You don't know what's in this food. You don't know what's in that food. And then also they don't make this stuff from scratch. Vast majority of the food I ate was made from scratch. Like if I had bread, I would have been bread I made. If I had cornbread, it would have been cornbread I made. And what tends to happen is, and I think this goes to what both of you guys were saying, people want to feel, or they want the excuse to say, hey, I'm just eating, and if I end up overweight, I end up overweight. But the unfortunate reality is that you really do have to pay attention to what you put into your body, because one of the things one of my coaches always said is the worse you eat, the harder you're going to have to punish your body in training.
Yes.
And it's really that simple.
Yeah, that's fact. That's
Well, no,
facts. We got the same thing in the military. That's facts. Yeah, we got that same lesson, that same speech. Yeah.
No, it's not that I don't understand what Benny was pushing forward there, and I get it. Look, my pops, I love my pops, and on most things he's pretty sharp. But my pops, we got an argument about a month and a half ago because he's a theist as well, and he said we were having a discussion, and he said something to the effect of, well, if God didn't want your aunt to have diabetes, then she wouldn't have diabetes. And I said, God didn't have anything to do with my aunt getting diabetes. My aunt getting diabetes has to do with her dietary choices and the fact that she's 110 pounds overweight.
Yeah.
But see, here's the funny part about that. I think I know where he was coming from. It's just his execution of words were poorly chosen. I think what he was trying to say is that if you follow the dietary plans and systems that are in scripture, there's generally a tendency not to have to live with the consequences of what your aunt's living with. I think that's what he was trying to say.
I appreciate your defense of my father, but that is nowhere near where his argument was.
Hey, look, hey, you know better. So I was just trying to reach out there a little bit.
He was trying to use that as a capper on an argument, and I was like,
okay.
What are you talking about? What are you talking like God has nothing to do with her blood pressure and the fact that she's a type 2 diabetic. That's entirely upon her. Like, I mean, I get it from what you're saying, from your understanding of God. I get it. He could miraculously alleviate those ailments from her, from your belief, from your perspective. But
no, I don't think that perspective at all.
No. I was talking about from the perspective of my father's argument.
Cool. Okay.
Right, all right, but I get it. You could, from your perspective, I get it. You believe that that something could happen and razzle dazzle and it could go away because that's your belief system. But that had no, what had to do with that is 30 years, 40 years worth of overeating and lack of exercise. That's what caused those things.
Yeah. Hey, look, man. I tried to help my elder out, but you know him better than I do. So I'm gonna leave it right there.
And so I was like, wait a minute, because you saw me after I got into because I had an injury, and then I had an automobile accident related injury. Right. And again, as you said, with your back, like I stopped training, but my elbow continued to work,
Exactly.
So I'm like, you saw when I blew up, man. You saw when I blew up, and you see that I'm not blown up still.
It's that personal choice.
Yeah, that's like you can't. Everything can't be which is where it gets in that murky area. Everything can't be blamed on or off of God.
I've never been a fan of that. I've never been a fan at all in any capacity. I'm sorry, specialist. You wanted to say something?
No, but to specialist, I did want to ask you. Did you say that you had salsa as a snack?
Yeah.
How do you do that?
What do you mean? You cut the tomatoes and the sweet peppers and all of that, and you just eat it?
Are you talking about your own homemade stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, no. Because for me, salsa has always been an accompaniment to a snack.
Oh no. I know people who eat salsa just straight. I know that. Yeah. Oh, I know people like that. As a matter of fact.
No, all right. I have also eaten the components separately, but yes.
All right. So let me explain. how do I say? So what tends to happen is I would like if I hit my carb total for the day, I would just eat the salsa alone because I don't want to get in any more carbs. So that's just how I do it. Is
So you
more.
track macros as well. Okay.
Yeah, I listen to make it work. I had to track everything because let me give a good example. When I wasn't training and I kept eating, the same meal plan daily, I gained about 16 pounds in about 3 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks. Then, good example, COVID stopped the season, and I couldn't train anymore, no games, anything, and I lost 21 pounds in about a month and a half because I literally just cut back on portions. So that just goes to show again, what, just little adjustments is gonna have a big difference, but it's all about that discipline.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. It is because like for me, my standard was 175 with about 3% body fat. That was my standard, right?
Wow.
And yeah, no, I mean, no, seriously, when I was in the military, that's what it was. 175 pounds, 3% body fat. Well, it fluctuated between 2 and 3, but nonetheless, it was 175. That's the point I'm trying to make. And for the most part, I've always been able to keep myself between 175 and 180 at worst.
Shoot, nurses were throwing darts at your veins.
Yeah, I guess. Well, yeah, there were a couple who couldn't find it. That was funny, but once I started having issues with my back, which started around, I think it was 2012, I think. Yeah, around 2012 when I injured my back, and I've been having issues with it ever since. I have a tendency to have that 180, but I fluctuate between the 180 and 224. You see what I'm saying? Because when that back, because that goes back to what I was saying earlier. When that back goes out and I'm out on it for 3 weeks, I'm not doing anything but working my elbow. Then when I do finally get to the point where I can start moving again, because of my back injury, I can't run the way I used to. You see.
I got a question for you guys.
I can't do the workouts the way I used to because I'm always favoring that injury. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I got a question for you guys. I don't know both of you guys' total background, but for me, and this is basically the question. Don't you guys notice when there's like a significant change, or not even necessarily significant, a relatively noticeable change in your weight, or so without looking in the mirror, like just from moving around, you're like, damn, I feel kind of heavier, I feel kind of slower.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. My center of gravity changes. That's a given. That's a given. Your center of gravity, you don't even have to look. You just know the way you're walking different. As a matter of fact, when you start putting on weight, you don't even have to look, because you start noticing that when you're walking, your stride, your legs are a bit spread more open, almost like you're wobbling to some degree.
And you can breathe well. You have a trouble breathing.
Exactly.
I say it like this. At 260, I feel like Superman. At 290, I feel like the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah,
like Superman. You see, to illustrate, like Superman can effortlessly lift himself into flight. Mm-hmm. But when you see the Incredible Hulk, he has to do the same thing. He has to bear down and jump all the way up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And the reason
that's a nice analogy.
The reason I asked that is because, for instance, coming off of the off season and training, let's say training camp starts, I realized, damn, like my times are slow. I'm out of breath a lot quicker now. That's also because I didn't work on my aerobic fitness, but it's usually too because I started the season maybe 10, 15 pounds over where I should be, and as soon as I get down to where I should be, is just like Judge said, is you feel like Superman. So I think is most persons just don't use their body enough. So they just slowly, kind of like the frog in the water, and you set the water to boil. They don't really notice the weight just gradually goes up and up and up and up and up and up and up. And because they never push their body or test their limits, they really don't know those limits of acceptable change.
Mm-hmm. But again, and that's why I'm saying is, and that's why I said before is, and Lawrence laughed at it. They are disciplined. They just don't realize they're disciplined. Mm-hmm. Because they're incredibly disciplined at maintaining the way that they're comfortable. incredibly disciplined, right? Again, even the person who eats poorly, right? They're so disciplined that they don't even have to follow a recipe anymore.
Yeah, yeah. You're making
You
me
know what I mean?
laugh again.
You're
But
talking about you both are talking about following your macros and weighing your food and everything, but there gets to be a point in which you can eyeball it a little bit. You pretty much saw it on and you put it on the scale and
Yeah,
like, I
yeah,
knew it.
yeah.
I knew it.
It is. Yeah, it does get to that point. Like,
You
especially
know,
for my breakfast pancakes and eggs. Like, I didn't even after a couple months, I didn't even have to think about it. It was just just throw, boom.
yeah, yeah.
yeah. As,
You know,
as a matter of fact, I'm looking at something from Houston Phenom 55. He said kids eat pineapples in a cup thinking it's good for them, but it's really sugar in a cup. That's not a lie, because that ain't nothing
well,
but pure
but I
sugar
would rather.
syrup in that.
Here's the thing: is I would rather it be pineapples in a cup than ice cream in a cup.
Well, yeah, you got I mean, the lesser of two evils, of course.
It's still the same.
Yeah.
You're right. It's still roughly the same amount of sugar, but at least there's some fiber and some other at least nutrients in there.
Yeah, but
versus
it's just that when it's the cup stuff that you get in the supermarket.
yeah,
because like me, for instance, one of the things I do grow is pineapples, and
Yeah.
there's a significant difference between when I pull my pineapple out of the ground. Like I pulled one out like 3 days ago. No, not even. I didn't even pull mine out. My neighbor Tony gave me one. My neighbor Tony gave me one of his because his sprouted before mine did. But that's what we do here in my neighborhood, where a lot of military men retired, etc. and so on. We grow a lot of our own stuff. So we got a little barter kind of system going on, which you don't have. I have. We'll make a trade. But
it's amazing that growing pineapples is just like growing potatoes, right?
It is. It absolutely is.
It's crazy.
It absolutely is. Which I grow those as well. But when you cut that pineapple and the juices and stuff that come out of that pineapple, and you're eating that pineapple, I mean, that pineapple's so good, you're eating it like it's watermelon, But when you look, but when you look at that pineapple, we pull out of the ground and cut open and the juices from it, and then you look at the pineapple in the cup that you get in the supermarket. That's radically different. I mean, those pineapples are literally sitting in nothing but a big glob of syrup. That's literally what it is. And if that wasn't bad enough, they have the audacity to add sugar on top of what's already naturally there anyway.
Inject sugar.
Yeah, that's the key. Yeah.
Inject
That's
sugar.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's the crazy thing. They inject sugar.
Yep.
So real quick, I just want to. My bad too, man. I had to go walk the dog. I thought my shit was going to follow me outside. They ain't even do that, but.
Oh, you're fine, man. You're fine.
While we on the processed foods, man, do y'all know what exactly is cold cut meat?
Cold cuts. It's cold cuts. Cold cuts are cured meats, likely mostly by sodium
Exactly.
chloride.
Yep.
All right, so realistically, because here I go again on my old past job, when I was a kid working at a deli. They switched over to Dietz and Watson. You heard of Dietz and Watson before, right? That's kind of like a higher echelon of cold cut meat, right?
Right.
So
aren't they on the same? Aren't they on the same level as Boar's Head or something like that?
Yeah, I think Dietz and Watson actually has a Boar's Head in their whole little camp or selection, but we had to do a little class on it, which was so awkward to me. Like, damn, but it was really a class to be able to sell their product more than what we would usually sell. Regular cold cut. It was kind of like, hey, sell our shit because our shit is better. But anyway, It was so funny because the dude that was teaching the class, me being me, I saw the silver lining through it all. But he kind of went into the whole thing as far as hot dogs and how hot dogs is bullshit.
Nitrites and nitrates, yeah.
Yeah, but the whole time he's showing the video, your cold cut meat ain't nothing too far from hot dogs.
Exactly.
It's literally mixed up stuffed meat that you're right. You hit it on key that they cure and then they inject it with the flavor. So whatever flavor, hickory, whatever you think, your cold cut meat is like it came that way or what have you. They inject that flavor into it. It's nothing but mixed meat. It's basically
bottom line.
That's why you're a deli guy. You're a deli guy. That's why prosciutto costs what it costs.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because prosciutto doesn't follow that process. Prosciutto doesn't have the nitrites and nitrates in it. Prosciutto is literally virtually salt, like sea salt cured.
Right, right.
Mhm.
It's still. And truthfully, I ain't never eat that stuff because I'd be like, man, how old is that meat? You see what I'm saying? And I wanted to veer into that angle in a little bit, but it's like, how old is that meat right there? You know, they say our meat has protein and nutrients in it, but how much does your carcass meat have? You don't know how old it is. You don't know when that animal's killed, but it still look nice, red and fleshy for you in
Well,
that package at the grocery store.
Yeah.
Do, do,
that's why at one point in time salt was worth more than gold.
Yeah.
but
Exactly.
check me out though. But check me out though. How much protein is in that slab of T-bone steak? Do you know? You don't know.
Well,
No, I
Because
don't.
relatively. I mean,
hold
exactly
on.
no, but
Exactly. And it's been like that for how long? Since you've been on this earth. But they tell you though it got plenty of protein for you though, don't they? They don't put it on the package. They don't do none of that. Is there a way for them to be able to test it? Yes. If they put that on the package, would you still buy it and feel like it's a great source of protein? No. On top of that, how old is that meat that you eating at the store? When was that animal killed? Are you eating roadkill? Do you know? Are you eating an animal that was dead 2 months ago? Would you honestly want to eat an animal that was 2 months old dead?
I
Let's just be honest. This is an honest question.
no, I mean I get what you're saying, but so
It's
I
hard.
get
It's
what you're
hard.
saying
It's hard.
that
It's hard.
fresh is better. That fresh
It's,
is better,
I
but
know
preservation methods that have been around because we
it's
because up until what the 50s we didn't have up until 50s we didn't have reliable refrigeration.
we still
You know,
don't. I mean, we have reliable refrigeration, but that don't mean nothing though. That's just to keep the carcass meat alive, to keep the carcass meat in your eyes fresh and still viable to eat. But do you honestly, would you, if you honestly knew, I'm talking about if it was on a date, like this cow, this ground beef animal, when it died in February. Would you still be okay with eating that meat just because it's red and fleshy and
well,
wrapped up?
yeah, I eat dry aged meat more regularly probably than I should.
Okay, but why would you want to eat carcass meat though, Judge? Why would you want to eat some old animal's flesh that's no different than that dead deer on the side of the road that's decaying? Why would you want to put that in your body though?
Well, I enjoy it, and there are actually nutritional,
How
benefits to it.
no, you could immediately X out nutrition in dead carcass. You could immediately X that out, right? Let's not
No,
speak out of term. Let's be honest with ourselves. If
no.
you got a dead animal on the road that's decaying, but if I brought it to you and I threw some dye on it and you're like, hey, this is fresh. Ain't no flies around it or nothing. I done scraped off the brown and the black stuff off of or the
Right, but
decay off of it.
they're unequal equivalents.
No,
Yeah.
no, they're not. No,
Actually, yeah,
what
actually they are.
no,
They are because
no.
it's no different than a farmer. Like, okay, let's say for instance, I grow all my vegetables and stuff. Let's say I decided I want to take on a cow, right? And I let that cow grow and I fatten it up because I know it's going to be eventually slaughtered to provide for the family. Here's the
Hmm.
thing: when I kill that cow, I'm storing that cow for quite a significant amount of time because a family of four is not going to eat an entire cow in one sitting.
Right.
So I mean, so to some degree, you're going to have an extended meat situation outside of the time and date of death. You understand
Right.
what I'm saying? The only
Right.
thing,
Right. But it's
the only
immediately
thing,
processed into preservation.
right? And
Okay.
the only difference I have, and this is where I agree with you in that respect when it comes to how long it's been. Um, there's a natural time frame that if you're doing it yourself, the meat's only going to last but this long. But I do agree with you that the way it's being done on a global concept, they're injecting preservatives. They're adding this into it to make it last longer than it should. They're adding color to make you think that it's fresh and so on and so forth. I do agree with you on that, absolutely. But again, I'm with Judge. I think you're conflating the comparisons a little bit. I don't think they're
Well, no, there's
100%
scenario.
accurate one into the other.
No, no, that one I did, but I have to do that for the folk that don't comprehend and don't have an idea of how old their meat is. So you would
Hmm.
say putting it in a freezer is preserving the nutrition and the protein in this meat when that meat is still decaying because it's not alive anymore. It's
Okay,
not.
okay. Well, first of all, with all due respect, I'm not saying anything about it maintaining its protein value and stuff like that. That's not what I'm saying. Well, I'm just talking about preservation in and of itself for
You
something
mean
to consume, for something to
on
consume later. Everything you're going to lose protein on just because it's decaying. That's just nature. You can, I mean, you can't do
we're
anything about that.
You're right. And vegetables, we have to separate that, even though they still had a time limit. We're talking about flesh, though. We're talking about actual flesh. We're
Yeah, yeah,
talking
actual
about
flesh.
certain. We're talking about certain fleshes that your intestines already don't even process it in a timely manner, whether it's fresh or not. It just sit there and decays in your intestines, right?
No,
So
Mhm.
actually,
so
it gets digested because I
Yeah.
know a lot of people who tend to have like an argument against meat. I always tell them this: my ancestors in Africa, they've been eating meat for thousands of years. But like I said, there have to be balance, right? There,
Mhm.
even lions, people don't know. Lions are there's a time where they're vegetarian. Why? When they get sick, they don't eat anything else but meat. I mean, by veggies. They know which herb to go eat and basically wait up till they get well.
Well,
I
but
So
I, I
that's
got you.
also again that's also not exactly true exactly either,
No,
because
and I don't want to. I don't want to veer.
lions also eat
I,
the
I,
animals' stomachs that have already eaten the
I
vegetables.
know, and hold on a second, just I don't want to go off into lions.
Yeah.
I want to stick with human beings, and that research is not something that's gonna keep evolving. You, they know for sure red meat stays in your gut for more than 2 months. So I want to make that clear, and I don't want to go off into lion, tigers, and bears. I want to stick on human
Red
beings,
so
and
red meat stays in your intestines for 2 months.
okay, well, please, and this is where this is where I don't expect fasting to do any extra stuff, but maybe all you got to do is go on your other phone or your laptop and do your own googling, do your own research. Red meat stays in your gut for 2 months. Not chicken, not fish, but red meat.
that's
Now,
why I don't eat red meat. I cook my wheat meat well done.
I got you, but I'm just trying to. I want to home in, and I'm not, I'm not really trying to make a point here or whatever. But there's some of the things that I'm aware of. Y'all are aware of also, but some of the listeners and even going forward, to whoever's listening to this prior on, they might not know. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? This is old information. This is information that I have gained over my course of years of trying to curve a better nutrition. But one thing that I know for sure is that everybody thinks that these diseases, diabetes, cancer, they're kind of like some foreign objects. Maybe they might come from some of the foods we eat, maybe they don't. But all you have to do is use your common sense. If you're eating an old animal that still looks good to the eye, you still feel like you could freeze it, then you're eating it once or twice a day. On top of that, that meat ain't going nowhere in it's not even digesting in your system. Why would you think that that is something that you should be doing?
Hey,
Why?
Benny, let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten a smoked fish?
Like a real like 6 hour smoke fish,
No, I mean
four
like
hour.
a smoked fish, like instead of being fresh fish, they
Oh no!
smoke it to
No,
preserve
no,
it
no!
for.
I haven't. I haven't. I would try it, but no,
Yeah.
I haven't. I have. I've
Basically,
eaten
what?
when I
Yeah,
was eating flesh. I did eat the dry meat. So what you call it, jerky. I've tried
yeah,
jerky.
yeah,
I'm talking about basically jerky fish.
yeah,
Basically, you talking about jerk fish. Well, not jerk Jamaican fish, but I see where you're going at. No,
yeah.
I haven't.
Basically,
But that's
what I'm trying to show you is you have to look at, like, I'm trying to show you the different ways. Long time ago, I'll say before we had quote unquote fridges, right? Where
Mhm,
Yeah.
mankind have basically were figuring a way to preserve meat for a long time. Because
mhm,
even I'm using the Bible. There was one time where there was a law in the Old Testament that basically forbade you from eating leftovers. Why? Because at that time in the area there was it will make you sick. So you didn't need to leave leftovers food and eat it the
mhm,
next because it's gonna go sour, right? So
mhm,
with the invention of a fridge, it slows down the system. So that law doesn't apply today. Why? Because you have a way to preserve or basically slow down the decay of the food. I mean, you can try as an experiment. Leave your food outside without putting it in the fridge. It's
No,
gonna
no, no.
decay faster.
I clearly see what you're saying, but I'm wondering if that's just science, marketing, big business on that level of an aspect. Also, and I'm gonna throw this out there fast, and I don't want you to go into the Bible, but I know you came across that story or that passage where God didn't want them people eating that food the next day. I know if you a Bible guy that I think you is, I know you know what story I'm talking about.
I
Where
think
he ain't
You
want them
talk about mana.
he didn't right. He didn't want them folk eating it. He didn't want them folks saving that food for the next day because he told them what the day was going what
It was
what
spoiled.
happened exactly. You
Mm.
know, so that's a parable in itself on that story, right? And it's a bunch of them in there. And I don't want to combine that with what I'm saying, but it's a situation where is you are eating if you ain't freshly killed that animal and eat it, you are eating spoiled meat. That meat is already trying to decay. Now you could so-called put it in the refrigerator or a freezer, which was something of a new age format, which was something to sell refrigerators for one. It was really to sell, like, hey, I got a great idea. We can make these people think that their food gonna stay, it's not gonna spoil as fast. Man, matter of fact, let me jump over to even last, what was it, 2 years ago? They said half the stuff that we put in the refrigerator don't even really last that long. Look that up, like how we think it do leftovers that we put in the refrigerator, man, they didn't change the whole, and it's not that they didn't changed it up. It's just to the point where it's like they be letting folk know what it is, whether it's processed meat, sausages, hot dogs, red meat. They tell people it's like to the point where I feel like, and I learned this from somewhere else, the higher ups tell everybody what's really going on. They're not gonna continually keep telling you what's going on, but they gotta throw it out there. It's up to you, the individual, to believe it, follow it, or not. But for somebody to believe that they're eating a dead animal, they don't know when it was killed, they don't know what process it went through after that for it to reach their grocery store, for them to cook that meat and then save it for later to feel like they get nutrients out of it. It baffles me though, because it's common sense. It's a dead animal, and that's why I use that animal on the side of the road, because it's common sense. That deer got hit last night. By tomorrow night, when I pass by it going to work, man, that animal already decaying. It's already decaying. That dead animal, it's already decaying. That goes for any animal. It's not, and I don't mean to get super, vasperous with it, but use your common sense. That animal got hit in front of me. It's dead. Damn. Little Bambi got hit. When I drive past, because ain't nobody gonna scoop little Bambi up by the time I go to work. Because Bambi brains is and I'm not even, I literally saw this I literally saw this earlier today. I'm not lying.
You should
Little
have picked
Bambi.
it up though. I
little,
would. Yeah.
little,
Free meat.
little
Barbecue it
Bambi.
like nothing.
Yeah,
But
no,
like I
because
said, based on my belief, I won't do it. Why? Because I
I
didn't
can't
kill it.
see, man. I can't mess with y'all, man.
Based on my belief, I won't eat a dead animal because I didn't kill it myself. I'm supposed to kill it. But I'll stick with your point.
yeah, there's a
Basically,
thing,
to help to the listeners, right?
there's a thing called dressing, and you need to do it so that you don't spoil the meat. So
Yeah.
that's why.
Basically, to help out the listeners, what Bainey is suggesting is this: it's best to kill. Basically, it's best to eat your own kill, right?
Yes.
Kind of depending
That is
on
about 30.
right?
That is about 30% of what I'm saying. And why
Yeah.
people preserve their meats in the earlier days is because they were in a winter situation. They had to do that because they knew that they weren't going to be able to keep fishing and hunting because winter was coming. That was a process that they figured out with salt and smoking, like what you
I
was
mean, we
talking
still do
about.
that today, even in Africa. They still
Yeah.
use salt to preserve like fish, meat, and everything.
It's probably, definitely after they smoke it that day, it's probably some tasty food. The invention of the refrigerator was again to be able to prolong that process, also to help big business in as far as in the meat. But this is my thing, man. I just want people to understand what you're doing and to use your common sense. You are eating carcass flesh. There's no way around it. There's no sugarcoating it. You could put
Right.
all the season on it that you want. You don't know when that animal was slayed. You don't
Right.
know how long that processing took. And then on top of it, we all know that when that meat is in the grocery store, they can easily snatch off the expiration date and throw some dye on it and slap another plastic wrap around it and say, hey, this is good. It don't smell bad. It's still good. It's not
Right.
brown, not anymore, because I just dyed it. It's red. What I'm trying to say is, for one, you don't know what protein you're getting out of that T-bone steak or that pound of ground beef, because they don't say it. Because if they did tell you, you don't know what nutrients you getting out of that red meat, that chicken that you eat. You damn sure not getting no kind of nutrition out of no processed cold cut meat or no hot dogs or no sausages or
Right.
none of that.
Right. By extension, by extension of that logic, you don't know what's in anything at all that you get from anything that you don't see being done.
Yeah.
But if you can't help yourself and you love eating the flesh, you can't help yourself. You love eating steaks and hot dogs and chickens. Your best bet would to be able to eat fresh kill. That makes sense.
Yes.
That makes sense that you're eating
No argument for me.
a freshly killed animal. But no, it's not from y'all. It's just like I said, it's an ongoing record for folk who kind of really don't know and didn't decide to use their common sense on that because they were programmed into it from as a kid, from
Well,
looking at that.
let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Benny. Let me ask you this. What would be your alternative?
Well, to be honest with you, man,
Because
someone
because
who
to
eats
do
flesh,
because to do what you're saying to doing what you're saying costs a lot of money.
No. It actually don't, because you could chop up a whole cow from somebody's farm for about $1,200-$1,300, and you like, hold on, that's a whole lot of money. But nobody ever adds up how much money they spend on their flesh eating throughout the year. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? On top of that, yeah,
Agreed.
you're gonna have to put that in the freezer. But I'm talking for a person who wants to eat the flesh, though. Like you
Mhm.
gotta eat flesh. You see what I'm saying? So I'm talking to a person or trying to, I don't really have a whole lot of solutions for the flesh eater. I don't, because you're a flesh eater.
Benny,
You
do
have
you eat flesh?
no, I don't.
Why
I
not?
thought you said you ate 4 animals today already.
No, I was using that as someone else who does that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All I eat is seafood. I don't eat flesh.
Hey,
And
what
somebody else
seafood
is
do
gonna
you
say
eat? Like,
fish
what do you
is
eat?
flesh,
What do you eat? What seafood do you eat?
I'm trying to really veer away from the scavengers. It's right now it's really hard for me to eat quality fish because the fish prices have went up. But I eat all kinds of fish. But I'm trying to wing myself because it's so easy to eat shrimp and crabs and crab legs. Like that's prevalent for some odd reason. But as far as me eating like quality fish, like I'm dying to eat some yellowfin. I haven't had yellowfin. I hear that's a heavily quality tuna. It comes by the dime of a dozen, even though there's different quality types of tuna. And I'm realizing, or what I've gained to understand, is the larger fish aren't the best fish to eat because those larger fish eat other fish. That other fish could be a scavenger. It's to a situation where it's kind of like those larger fish are humans. They just eat whatever. You see what I mean? So it's to the point where that larger fish might not be as healthy as some of those other fish that just kind of stick to their own realm and eat whatever they eat. You know what I'm saying? But I'm going off on a tangent. But at the end of the day, man, I eat out to sea. I need, like I said, I've been dying. I mean, I've been trying to get away from the scavengers because the scavengers are there. They're plentiful.
Hey, check this out, Benny. Guess what?
Yes, sir. What's up?
The meat that you're downing is actually more healthy than those scavengers that you're eating.
What, the red meat?
Yes.
All right, man. Fasting. I'm not trying to.
That's all I'm trying to show you. Like, check this out. You may feel like, oh, this meat is decaying, but guess what? At least it's meat. You eating the animal that eat the shit or the crap of all the animals.
Fasting. I don't want to have that. I was hoping you weren't gonna go there, but I see you went.
It's me like I
Man.
can't. You know why you cannot eat the eagle? Because the eagle eats dead. Was it an eagle is actually a scavenger. I think people don't know that. It hunts like alive animals, and he also eats dead animals. And it's a scavenger, like the vultures, right? Vultures, hawks, and all those birds. Because there are certain birds you can eat, right? So what I'm just giving you perspective on how you can see things. Like I
Well,
said,
no, you kind
on
of
your argument, right?
this
On your
argument.
argument, you're right that you gotta eat fresh animals, but you have to understand also there is a reason for the fridge is to preserve. Now, if you want to talk about like the processed meat, oh yeah, I can agree with that. But to basically because what maybe you weren't listening to yourself, the way you were speaking, you just putting everything together as one where some of your arguments have a point, but at the same time, you have to separate certain things. Like, for example, if you want to talk about, let's say, hot dogs and those processed meat, like the processed what turkey meat or whatever, where it's not an actual real turkey meat, but it's the processed one, that I can understand. But there's nothing wrong with eating a meat that you've kept frozen for a while. Like, for example, if you kill a 60-pound deer, you're not gonna finish that meat in a week or two. It's gonna last a while, right? So
No, no,
you're
no,
gonna put it in the fridge.
no, you're right. And talking deer is totally different from eating a manufactured cow that came out of manufacture. That has antibiotics in it and hormones in it. You have to put all the bad in the bad bag. You see what I'm saying? Now, if I'm talking to somebody who has their own cow farm and the cows are chewing on grass all day, then it'll be an argument there, fasting. On top of that, you still have to look at the factor of how red meat sits in your gut. You know, Folk out here eating wings and chicken legs don't even know it came from a two-headed chicken. Folk out here eating beef don't even know that cow's whole leg was full of pus, but all they did was just chop that leg off and feed you the rest of the cow. We're talking about highly manufactured animals. They're like canned goods. How the hell are we able to eat chicken sandwiches, wings, still have a whole chicken at the grocery store, still have a whole? How is that able? Because they're highly manufactured animals. That's why they get put in a bad bag. You see what I'm saying? Again, someone who has a farm, they could give me a little bit of pushback. Somebody who's sitting up here saying, "Hey, it's not all that bad," and just boop bop that and boop 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 boop, and they still going to Kroger's, so-called getting a grass-fed meat. They don't know. It's all marketing now. They don't know if it was really grass-fed. All you got to do is slap his label on and say it's grass-fed. You see what I'm saying? You don't know. You're eating highly manufactured. There's no way they can feed all of America. They're even feeding China with the pigs. China don't even look. China is eating more meat all because of us. Look it up. We feed them all that meat. They weren't even eating that much red meat. They was on a fish diet, like eating a little bit of pork here, eating a little bit of beef here, but they were mainly eating fish and seafood. Over past the 70s, we start pushing the red meat on them. That's why they're getting fatter and more unhealthier because of what? The animals that they're eating. They weren't even eating the quality of animals that we're eating. That's why it gets put in a bad bag. Because when you're eating highly manufactured animals like their iPhone 10s and 11s or canned goods or telephones or a t-shirt or a button-up shirt or a hat or some Nike shoes or some Jordan shoes, it's a problem and it's not healthy. You're not eating anything healthy when it's highly manufactured like that. And that's common sense again. Not only that, you're eating a highly manufactured animal that's carcass that you don't know when it was killed, that you don't know what kind of proteins is in it. You don't know what kind of antibiotics is in it. You don't know what kind of hormones is in it. You don't know what kind of food color. It's a long list of stuff. And all I'm trying to get people to see in the long run, whether they want to digest it now or digest it later, is that shit is bad, period. That shit is bad, period. You're eating Frankenstein meat. You're a step away from Beyond Burger meat. They're growing meat in the lab right now. They're growing meat in a lab right now. Sooner or later, you're gonna be eating that meat. You're gonna be feeling like that meat's okay. You're gonna be feeling like that meat got protein. I bet you, and I bet you that meat that they grow in the lab, I bet you that got the protein and the nutrients on it. I bet you, just like the Beyond Burger meat got the nutrients and everything that they got in it. I guarantee you, when they start serving folk that grown in the lab meat, which they're right around the corner from doing, just like they were right around the corner from the Beyond Burger and the what's the other one? Beyond Burger and Impossible Burger. They were right. Nobody believed it. I was even eating that shit at one point. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, because I ain't gonna lie to you. I kind of miss burgers and wings, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. So I'm like, oh shoot, somebody something, you know what I mean, that could kind of replicate that. I'm on it. And then I'm off of it. Because I'm like, what am I eating?
So Benny Chen and to the panel, quick question. Do we all agree that processed meat is not good for you?
Yeah, bro, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
without
mean,
doubt.
I think
Without-
that's
without-
already
yeah,
established. Then, yeah.
without doubt. Without doubt.
That's
why
a
I
dead
was-
horse, man.
That's what I was saying. Like we are really because you try to mix two different things into one. We are agreed that the best thing to do is to kill your own meat. But at the same time,
Go ahead,
Pastor, like, if someone has what you call frozen food, there is a reason. So it's gonna slow down the process. But like I say, each person have to decide, right? They have to decide how their diet is gonna go about. Because, like I say, meat is necessary, but at the same time, you have to know what and where it came from, so that you can have a healthy diet. But like when people talk about that meat is bad, I'm like, well, me being a Congolese, I never eat red meat. I cook my meat, so my meat is never red. Even in our culture, we don't eat red meat. Now I know the people who are known for eating red meat are Europeans. So based on what you were talking about, if anything, you have to go to them because they're the ones who eat red meat, not us. You see what I'm saying? So it's like I have no problem about was it red meat because I don't eat red meat. I don't.
So we talk.
Fry it.
I see what you're saying. You cooking it till it's brown, but it's still red meat. It's still in the
No,
red
it's
meat.
not red. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Red meat is red meat.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell you,
exactly.
Red meat is red meat.
Yeah, because even
blood
even the Most High in Scripture says that your meat's supposed to be well done. You're not supposed to be having it rare and blood and all that good stuff.
No, you're not supposed to.
You're not supposed to be doing all that.
I understand that aspect of it, but when we talk about processed meat, or when I talk about processed meat, when you're talking about highly manufactured animals, how is that not considered still a processed meat? When you're talking about an animal that is literally made in a lab, in a factory, that wouldn't even survive on a farm out of that factory. It wouldn't even survive out of there. Then it goes through other processes.
Yeah, but that's a separate.
Oh, I know, but it's not though, because it's still a processed meat. It's still processed though. It's still a process with you getting that meat. Not as far as from. Hold on, but check me out though. Not as far as you getting it from where you got it from to the store and to your hands process to where they making it to where they're able to produce it at a high level, hit it with antibiotics, hit it with hormones, hit it with food coloring, hit it with sodium, package it in front of you for you to feel like it's quality meat. That's not a process. That's not processed meat.
You kind of bastardizing the definition of process by doing that, though, bro.
I'm bastardizing it, but you know what I'm saying. And again,
Benny, I know because what's happening, you're kind of repeating it over and over. Because I really understand where you're going, but you keep repeating over and over. It's like we already heard basically what you're implying in your message, but you've repeated over and over. You're saying the same thing over and over and over. I mean, we already established that we do not support processed meat. That's why I say it's up to the individual to make a choice. For an example, I live in Houston. There's a lot of game section where hunters go to basically kill animals and they sell them. So at the end of the day, there are choices out there, right? So the point is, if people are not making that choice, it's on them. That's the choice because the options are there. It's not like when you're saying processed meat. I'm like, we know what the processed meat are. Guess what? We know where fresh meat are. The point is, people are given the choice. It's not just that the only meat that's available is processed meat. No, there's real meat, fresh kill that are available. The point is, that's what I say. You want to talk about red meat, you have to go to the Europeans because they're the ones who eat red meat. Not over here. I also most of quote unquote black people don't eat it. And not only that, Walmart sells meat, right? But you have also game or small places where they sell deer meat, buffaloes, fresh cow, fresh lambs, and stuff like that, right? So you have options. The point is, people, what we talked about earlier, people like the easy route. They figure, why pay $20 for a fresh meat where I can pay $5 for quote unquote processed meat? So at the end of the day, that's their choice, right?
No,
So let's bring it back to the topic, right? Let's bring it back to the topic. We were basically talking about how a person can lose weight while eating, and certain procedures or certain things are suggested, right? Whether it's eating one meal a day, or giving yourself a window, or eating every other day. And I even mentioned, I'm like, you can either increase your meat intake if you're trying to build muscles, or you can lower your meat intake and add veggies, right? So because I know what you're saying, but the point is, if we go there, we're gonna get stuck there,
no,
So
no,
that's
you right, right, and we was stuck there, and just to even chime on, recently, and here we go on what I was saying in the very beginning as far as the progression of nutrition, and every year is something different. Everything is some kind of new finding. You have vegans out here now that are building muscle just being straight vegan. You know what I'm saying? Without eating any meat products at all. You see what I mean? So
no,
it's
no. That's actually, I'll tell you, if a person who's quote unquote vegan is building muscle, they're taking some supplements. Like they're basically taking certain things that are covering their quote unquote non-meat intake. You can build
I,
muscle on a vegan diet. Sorry, you
I
what
don't
you
I
do
don't
is
know that
you'll maintain your weight, but you're not gonna build muscle. No.
I don't know why you would stand behind that fasting, because as we go forward, you'll see more case studies. It's already plenty of case studies now where people, and you're right, they might,
Oh,
I can't
you
hold
you were boring a little bit. Hey,
who me.
let's see. OG in the building. Keep going, Benny. I see
No,
OG in the building.
I was saying that going forward, you will see that or learn that a lot of plants out here have plenty of protein in them. It's just not something that's publicized or really wanted to be talked about right now, because they want to keep this. You could only get protein from meat. It's plenty of plants out here that have protein in them. It's plenty of nuts. It's plenty of, if you let's talk about the lion, tigers, and bears. It's plenty of these animals. They're vegan and they have plenty of muscles if you want to go into that realm. But we're not too far off from that grid. So
Yeah, but we
again,
kind of still drifting again away from
Yeah.
the how to
the
lose
weight loss.
weight.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
bro.
my bad. I mean, the weight loss thing, man, and I kind of, because everybody body different, man. And everybody know they need to exercise, and if you got a high metabolism or a low man, it's something that you have to go within yourself and find out for yourself, or go to a
Oh yeah.
quality nutrition who actually knows what the hell they talking about. But
Hey, we got OG in the building, and me and OG, we've talked about this subject, and OG has a lot of tips. So since he's
go ahead,
new to the panel, OG, what's your take on this subject? I already know, I know you talk about your diet and everything. So with your experience and how well you look and how you maintain your health for someone of your age, and we say OG, he's maintaining his youth. So let's hear from OG. What's your take on this subject about losing weight while eating?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say good evening to everybody, and I hope everybody's in their best health.
OG.
And for a man that's been doing this for about 45 years now, the young man who was just speaking, believe it or not, he's not for all. Seriously, he's not. I know we don't want to hear it, but he's not far off. And just to prove this point is I get all my protein a week, and I'll challenge anybody who's on a meat diet. Let's go for 2 weeks and see who can build the most muscle. I'll challenge anybody to that. At 61 years old, I'll challenge you that. And most of you have seen my body at 60-something years old. If you want to see some of the exercise I do, you want to see the things I do, I can put it on screen now. I just did them 2 months ago, and I put it on screen. So the young man is not far off. The problem is we are in a comfortable zone. As you look across the cow, because you look across that field and see that cow eating green, where the hell do you think he get his protein from? So I know you want to stay closer to the subject, eating and losing weight at the same time. If you're overweight, it's going to be 100 times harder. If you pretty much within your weight, it'll be much easier. Just think about this as a car. If you got gas in your car and you never drive it and you got it on a full tank, it's still going to stay on a full tank. It only till you drive it did the gas to go start to leave that tank. So if you are 50, 60 pounds overweight and you're still eating the same quantity of food, regardless of what it is, you're only maintaining where you at. Now, when you add exercise in it, and if you do your exercise and you losing 200 to 400 calories a day with your exercise, but you eating 5,000 calories, you see how them numbers work out? See, this is what people don't do. They don't do the numbers. The math would never lie to you as you would do. And then another thing too, we care about more about what we put in our car. You got a nice looking car, you got a Lexus, you got a nice car, a BMW, a Mercedes, and it says you shouldn't use nothing but premium gas. We have no problem paying that extra money for premium gas. But when you tell a human being, even from scripture, that nuts, seeds, and plants is your food and your medicine, well, that is the person who created you. And if you don't want to believe him, then you ain't gonna believe me or nobody else. Now you might say there was a time when that was not the law of the land due to the fact of the flood. If you want to say that, I heard preachers say that. But the original design never gets away from the original design. There are what we call emergency. There are times when I will actually tell people to eat certain types of meat when they are in emergency situation. Listen to what I just said. Emergency situation. They need emergency help. They need emergency to get their body a boost. There are things out there that you can do. I do not deny that. But if you take Elijah Warren, who played for Texas, he did his best status when he was on Ramadan, eating one meal a day, and he was eating vegetarian. Was not eating lamb or any of that other stuff. So let's get away from the myth. Let's move on with the discussion and learn how to eat and lose weight and be healthy. Because anyone can Google this young lady on YouTube. She started eating vegetarian about 50 years ago, and her husband, she tried to get her husband to eat it, and he didn't. Now, when they did a video, he looks like her father, and she looks like his daughter. And they're both in their close to their 70s now.
Yeah, I know that this topic tends to get heated because and that's why in my last stream, this is why I told people, I say that's why each individual, you have to find out why your body wants and how it reacts. And the thing is, because people don't try anything to see what works and what don't, what it then is just people go through the motion. For an example, I'll talk about the meat, right? Not all meats are created equal. Like for an example, me, I stopped eating swine a few years back, right? So I tried to follow me being a Bible person, the Most High gave Moses certain food that we as men should eat and what we should abstain from. So I try my best, to the best of my ability, to stick to that particular diet, right? So the thing is, some people, they be like, well, it doesn't really matter, I eat anything, but they don't understand there are certain foods that if you put in your body, it's detrimental, meaning it works against yourself, right? So, for example, swine, they be like, oh, well, I eat it, I don't feel all right all the time. But the thing is, even according to quote unquote circular science, they said you can't cook meat so much, or was it swine meat so much, it's still gonna have was it disease and stuff like the impurities, where they don't say the same thing on all the meat. So same thing with certain vegetables, right? Some vegetables you can eat it; it's good for you. But some vegetables you shouldn't eat it because it will basically work against you. So the when we talk about dieting and everything, that's how I recommend people find out how your body reacts. Because I know some people, right, who some of my friends, they can't drink milk. If they drink milk, either they'll puke
Lactose.
out, or they'll have like stomach problem. But me, when I drink milk, nothing happens to me. So I'm not gonna turn to him and be like, "Hey, look, I drink milk; it's healthy for me. You do it too." But they're like, "But I get a better reaction to it." So each person must discover what their body react to, and at the same time, investigate. Right?
Fashion. You can
Yes,
get
sir.
and you can get very, very on a thin line with that statement you just made.
Mm,
Just because something don't affect you, let's just take it from a drug situation. A person who's on crack, the
mm,
only effect he gets from it is high. But in the long term, he's getting effect is deterring his body, is
mm,
breaking down his body, regardless of the high that he's getting. So
mm,
even though you can drink milk, but the system is not designed to drink animal milk. That's why women was gave breast milk. We can use all the substitutes we want. We see it done every day in everything. People
mm,
have orange trees in their yard right here in California, and they'll go buy a carton of orange juice. And if they take them oranges off the tree and squeeze them and look at the one they just bought for the store that says it's 100% juice, they'll see a totally different, not only the looks, but the taste.
yeah.
And that's where you get into the problems that when you go to that thin line. Yes,
Mm.
Moses was giving commandments, and he was what is Deuteronomy and Corinthians and all that,
Leviticus also.
Leviticus, and it talks
Mm,
about the earth and all that kind of stuff. But
mm,
that was the time in the wilderness when they didn't have a proper diet. So we have to take things in their content too. And especially when you're reading spirituality, you got to know what they was going through at the time. But just like I said from the beginning, the design of the body was made by the creator, God,
mhm,
yourself, Hare Krishna, I'm gonna say Muhammad or whatever, Allah, whoever you want to call as your spiritual guidance for life. But when you come down to it, if I design the computer to work a certain way, you can put all kinds of extras on it, but it's still going to have that foundation. And there's nothing no more than what you put in your gut, because 99% of the ailments that we are suffering from on this planet starts in our guts. And if we don't understand that, all the weight loss that you lose, you might look healthy, but you're going to be a lot unhealthy. There's a lot of vegetarians out there, what I call are eating hybrid vegetables. If vegetables don't grow in the wild, it's made in a laboratory.
mm,
This is what I just said. If vegetables don't see them, if you don't see them in the wild, it's made in a laboratory. Let's just take the chicken.
mm,
Where do the chicken originate from in the wild? Ain't nobody been able to point that out. No one. And
mm,
all the other animals, like deers, which I was talking about earlier, you can find these things in the wild. Even a hawk that they call a boar is totally different than the domestic pig that a rattlesnake could bite and it won't even poison him. I wouldn't put nothing in my body that a rattlesnake could bite and won't poison. I won't even eat a vegetable if a rattlesnake put his poison in it and it couldn't kill it. And shit, I wouldn't take that chance. So let's just stay with how to lose weight and eat. First thing you have to do is clean the parasites out of your body. That's the first thing. You have to clean your system. And this is one of the things we was talking about initially, I think, last week. Background noise. Okay. So you can't start off trying to make yourself healthy with a dirty bowl or a dirty glass. First, you got to clean the glass. And then after you get the glass clean, everything you want to put in that glass from that day forward, it should be clean. Now, if I'm asking human beings to live on a perfect life, no, that's not what I'm asking. Because I know you're going to have celebration and I know you're going to go through things, but your body is made so beautiful by God that it can take them 1 or 2 times or 3 times or 4 times out of the year when you have to go to celebration. You don't want to shun or push people off or turn people off. Might be your daughter's wedding and she might want to clap a piece of chicken and you eat a piece of chicken. If that's gonna make her happy and if it's not gonna kill you, then go ahead and do it. I'm not the one who point fingers. I'm just trying to get people healthy. And the only rule of health is you got to do it right. Now you can do whatever you want to with your body after you get it healthy. You started off that way. When you came out of your mother's womb, everything that you had in your body went straight to your blood system and was liquid. And when a child comes out, it don't supposed to be sucking on a cow's tit. It's supposed to be sucking on the mother's breast. That is the food for the human being. The cow food is food for the calf. And so I know we don't get it mixed up. I understand that we live in what we call civilization and a civil place. But the first thing of all that is civil. Anything against God is uncivil.
All right, I wanted to add in a scripture, to help the brothers out. Like I say, this topic, there's nothing new under the sun, right? Check this out. In the book of Romans, it says in chapter 14, verse 2, it says, "For one believeth that he may eat all things." Now, I know in Christianity they misinterpret this. They talk about, oh, you can eat anything. No, the context of here, it's talking about the law. You can eat anything God in the laws allows, right? Which means clean meat, certain fish, right, and certain fowls of the air, right? And then it says, "And another who is weak eateth herb." And then following it says, "Let not him that eateth despise him that eateth not, and let not him which eateth not judge him that eateth, for God have received him." So what was going on back in that time? They were having the same conversation we're talking about right now, where some people within the congregation they began to point fingers, right? They would say, "Well, what are you doing this and that?" So to basically settle the matter, Paul had to basically remind the people about the dietary law. He said, "Okay, there was a purpose why mankind or the children of Israel received the dietary law, right? It was for the benefit. But at the same time, he pointed out, he said, well, if someone wants to take a particular diet within that law, right? Let's say a man was commanded to eat all herbs, right? Which is good, and fruits and stuff like that, and clean meat and whatever. But one person said, well, it's not me eating meat. I'll stick with vegetables. He says, according to law, he's still doing right because he's still following God. And then you had the other people who was like, well, I don't want to eat veggies. I'll just eat the meat and fruits, right? So he's basically say, as long as you're following what's allowed, right, you're within your right, right? So, but that's why what I premise on the last show, I basically mentioned, say, uh, as a person, you have to see how your body reacts. You have to be honest with yourself. And like I said, because we live in a system that doesn't fund holistic teachings or medicine, that's why when it comes to holistic medicine, uh, it's looked down upon, right? Like the knowledge that OG have and others, right? Dr. Sebi and all those people. The thing is, because they're looked down upon, or uh, their sector is not funded by the government to basically give people the choice on what they should, heed to. That's why we have this kind of battle. So where one will seem like he's coming from the extreme, right? And then you have the other side who's coming to the extreme. But I'm here to point out, I'm like, a lot of American, if you were to look at it, they don't even actually eat a lot of meat. They actually eat more carbs than meat. And most of the meat they eat is not even clean, meaning they'll eat swine, they'll eat processed meat like hot dogs and everything. Just watch American diet. I rarely, the only time you see things like ribs right at the store get sold is during holidays. The most meat when it comes to business wise, the most meat that are sold are processed meat like hot dogs, frozen, what do you call them, the little ham and stuff like that. Those are the one that sell. Why? Because common says, if you were to buy like meat, freshly meat, it will spoil over time. So processed meat can last longer in the fridge. So, but that I appreciate everybody who came in to basically give their point of view, because OG has experience on a particular subject. That's why I respect his voice. And I had the brother Lawrence who came in and he gave his experience. But it's not that nobody is right or wrong. It's just that each person is giving out based on how their body reacted and what they have helped to other people. So I'm like, that's why I tell people I'm not a doctor, right? But I spoke on based on my experience. And the thing is, people have to take control on what their body reacts to, because a lot of people, they're eating a lot of things like OG was saying, not knowing that it's hurting the body. Why? Because they don't know their body. Or they don't even care to know why they have certain kind of quote unquote sicknesses. They don't know that it comes from their food. And a lot of people, they have dirty colon. So regardless of if you're eating good but you have a dirty colon, you're not gonna basically benefit from what you're eating. You're just gonna flush out because your stomach still got the sewer, messed up. So, this is just to kind of help the viewers understand. Everybody who came in this show so far, they had valid points, but it's up to you as an individual to decide. You have to know why your body reacts. And like OG say you have to go out there and do research, right? Everybody have a smartphone, right? They call it smartphone. So everybody out there should be smart.
Right. You're right about that. And brothers and sisters, this 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 eating habit, it goes along with every other habit we have in North America, that we've been so inundated with it, and it's been put us in a comfortable zone. And I love what my brother said earlier, and I forget his name, but the
Benny.
brother in the suit, the nice looking brother in the suit.
Okay, Lawrence, yeah, brother Lawrence.
He said something very important. A lot of your addiction to your food, from meat to everything, he said it, sugar is classified as a drug. And once you add sugar to anything, then you are being drawn in for that sugar taste. You see what I'm saying? That sweetness.
Oh yeah.
And so he made a very excellent point, because they tried heroin, and they tried 5, I think it was like 4 or 5 different drugs, experiment. And they put the people who wanted to rid themselves of them drug habits, and they took the same people with sugar and put them in the same experiment. Don't you know the people with sugar was 1,000 times worse than any of the drug addicted people? If you think sugar don't have power on you, I tell you what to do. Try to cut it out for 4 days. I'm not even gonna tell you.
OG, why are you trying to torture everybody out here, man?
No,
it's not torture fasting. I have personal testimony. It's not torture.
I have personal testimony on that too. Yeah. I get, like I said, the first, like anything else, man, the first 3 days are always going to be brutal for anybody. I don't care how good you are. Some people, level of brutality to be higher, some will be lower, but everybody's gonna have some type of issue with it. But I know from my experience, because I've done it twice. I've done it when I was in far better condition, and I've done it when I've been in worse condition. When I was in far better condition, had issues, but not that bad. But when I was in worse condition, it was brutal. It was. I'm being honest, and that, like I said, I don't know if that's everybody. That's just speaking for myself. Um, um, and the last time I did it, I was like, okay, I can't do this anymore. I got to remove sugar from my diet. I can't roll. Are you gonna remove it completely? Absolutely not, because everything has it. Just like OG said and Benny said and Judge said, it's everywhere. But you can mitigate your damages as best as possible. You can start switching out from sugar to honey. At least at least that's a more natural type of sugar that's easier to break down or whatever have you may. And when I say honey, I don't mean store bought. I mean find a farm where they do their own bees and all that good stuff. That's what I was trying to explain earlier. No matter, I think we can all agree without doubt, processed food is a problem, regardless of what type of food it is. We can all agree to that.
Yeah.
Sugar in everything, we can all agree that's a problem, hands down. Nobody's debating that. I think for me personally speaking, where I'm coming from, and I know this is difficult because a lot of people live in cities or in apartments, but as OG himself said one time on a previous stream when we were talking, he can show you how to grow vegetables and fruits in a small contained space. Even when you think you don't have the space, he can show you how to make that space and make it happen. And I think that's key. And I think that's key for all of us. I think once you start growing your own stuff and you pulling it from the soil and you eating it, you will see your taste buds will tell you, okay, yeah, that stuff in that supermarket is wrong. The taste is so radically different. And then when you start doing it on a regular basis, you'll know your taste buds change back to what it should have been from Jump Street by eating eating the stuff you grow from the soil itself. And then whenever you go out somewhere else, or you take a spoon or something somebody cooked and you taste it, you're gonna want to put it right back down. You're not gonna want it because it doesn't taste right anymore. The human body, the Most High gave us, man. I mean, I'm sorry, but for me personally, it's the most incredible machine ever created and designed. And he did it the way he did it for a reason, for a purpose. And there's reasons why he gave us meat. There's reason why he gave us vegetables. And like you said a minute ago, fasting with scripture, it doesn't matter which version we use. And it doesn't matter of us debating and arguing with each other about which one is better and which one is worse. All that matters is that we're doing it. I mean, that's the key right there. It doesn't matter if you want to do meat and vegetables. It doesn't matter if you want to do fruits and vegetables. It doesn't matter if you want to just do meat, whatever have you may. As long as we're following the dietary plan of the choices that are given to us, that's what matters, because we're going to get there eventually. Even if we don't agree with execution, we can at least agree on what's necessary and how to get there. I might be babbling. I don't know if I said that the way I wanted to, but
You straight on point, my brother. And fasting, you go do that thing. I'm gonna go fast for 7 days while I put you on a dietary plan, and we're gonna see the results of it. See, the results always tell you the truth.
Yes.
And the reason why people don't know how their body's going to respond, because they have never, ever, especially here, have put the right amount of nutrition in their body to see what their body's going to respond to. And that's the major problem. And it's like, I have a girl who I'm working with now. She was up to the 300, close to the 400 in sugar. And I put her on one thing. And the next time she went to the doctor, it was down to like the 129. Now that ain't the best, but that's a hell of a lot different from being close to 400. When they wouldn't go out the hospital unless they give her medication, so her blood sugar and her blood pressure can go down. So these things work instantly.
Yeah.
If you eat something hot, real hot, it don't have to wait for 7 or 8 days. It's gonna burn your stomach instantly. It gonna burn your mouth, your throat, and just like that pepper, there's a herb or vegetable out there that can cure you so fast, faster than any pharmaceutical medicine you take. You just gonna have to know the right thing. And I'll be glad when me and Fasting get together. I gotta get him a product. I'm willing to buy the product myself, ship it to him. He takes this product to clean itself out 2 days before. We gonna go on this new
God. we're
journey.
definitely gonna do it, OG. Like I really want to do it. That way, I think, like you said, people want to see proof, right? Because a lot of people they won't
Right.
believe if they see it. So I'm like, yeah, I don't mind doing an experiment, to show people.
I'm gonna let you
I'll
see.
probably do like I'll show before and after. Yeah.
I'm gonna let
Well,
you
to
see the
be well,
bags under my eyes, and I'm gonna show
yeah.
you what water died. I do take them little bags right away from under your eyes instantly. I'm not gonna eat a drop of food, but I am gonna allow fasting in his nutritional journey to do it because I've been doing it so long. It'd be hard for me to try to turn him on to this yet. So
Mm.
what I'm gonna do is turn him on to what they turned me on back in the day to get me into help mode. You know what I mean? Help and cleaning and getting his body ready. You go see. He go probably be calling his trucking company and telling them, I don't really need to stop. I need to drive 24 hours. I can't sleep. You know.
Actually,
I know that goes against all the rules of driving, but that's the way he go feel.
Yeah, but I mean, for me personally, I mean, what I would love to see, and this is just a me thing, considering how all of us have been up here and everybody in the chat and judge and all that good stuff, I wouldn't mind seeing us each put together a list of what we're doing and share it with each other and do like a 30 day. Well, I don't like using the word challenge because it's inappropriate in this case. Right. But I'd like to see where we all get together, put our things that we do together and then share it with each other, and then take 30 days to try one other person's schedule and format and vice versa. I mean, just to see. Because we could sit here and we could talk all day back and forth with each other, but like OG and fasting said, proof is in the pudding, so taking that step out in good faith and good consciousness, I that's something I would like to see. I would like to see all of us try one or the other person's format. That would be interesting.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Same here. And first, I gotta roll out of here because I gotta work tonight. But man, I highly appreciate these conversations, man. I knew as soon as you got on board, you know what I'm saying. This was the path that you was gonna be on, man. And versus all that other stuff that be on YouTube, and granted, it's cool for entertainment, but this is honestly why how I even came on YouTube to always gain more information from like-minded individuals. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate OG. I appreciate I forgot everybody's names on here, but man, all of y'all info again is reassuring, and I'm definitely, when y'all ready to do the 30-day situation, just even to know what you're doing, whether we could all do it at once, you see what I mean, and try it out and see how we feel. 14 days, 7 days, I'm down with it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I know. In simply,
I think this would be very important for you to see this. All right, this is me. And
hold on. Let me remove the banner.
Okay. I think
there you go.
To see my 8-day of 16-day water fast. Now you're talking about a 60-year-old man. Now look at me. All right. Made it. 8th day of that water fast of 16 days. Look, lost 17 pounds. Feeling real good. Look, feeling real good. I'm telling you. I mean, I feel so good. And man, I don't have no hunger, pains, or none of that. After the 5th day, that usually go away anyway. But anyway, played a little basketball yesterday and ran to about half a mile and walked a half a mile. So get my little strength back, even with the water. It's like, it's just healing my body. That's all I can say. Look, on my last post, I said I didn't like make my videos perfect. Yeah, and I mean that. I mean, I like to talk to you naturally. Try to anyway, as much as I can, even with my southern accent. But some of you said I didn't work in Hollywood. Well, you know what you can do. All you have to do is Google my name. But anyway, I would have made it big in Hollywood. Hadn't been for that motherfucking Samuel Jackson. You know, he said motherfucker before I said it on film. I think he stole my line. But anyway, hey, what can I do? Forget Samuel Jackson. I'm going from Denzel now. No, I really like Samuel Jackson. I did some test film work for him back in the 1990s. You know, Panavision, you know, just before you get ready to make a movie, they want to test the film and see if the grains go good with the skin tone. But anyway, just like I say, I played some basketball yesterday, and I'll put some of that in the video. And I want to say, this has been an experience for me. This has been a journey for me for the last 30 years. I'm 60 years old, and you will never, ever see another human being years old do the things I do. And it's not because they can't do it. It's just like I say, they won't change their diet. I'm trying to live 125 to 150 years old, and I ain't talking about bent over with no damn cane either. I'm talking about doing it. You know what I mean? I expect to play basketball till at least I'm 90 years old on the court. What? Competition. But anyway, till the next time, it's been a groove, but I got to move because the clock on the wall said that's all. And Samuel? No, I ain't coming out to Samuel no more. Matter of fact, you know what? I don't need to come out to him neither. What's that new guy in the Panther? I'm coming for his ass. I'm gonna be one of his villains in this next movie. Check me out. I'm gonna work for it. All right. Have a good one. Have a good week. And I'll see you somewhere in 8 days.
Okay. Okay.
Now, I just need
Thanks, OG.
Yeah, that's
Thank you
what
for
I-
that. Thank you for that. Thank you very much for that.
right. And that's what I do. I put things on film so they can actually see. Now, nobody on this panel, if they didn't know I was 60 years old, would just for me standing there talking, there's no way you would have known I was 60 years old.
Yeah, no
I'm
way.
not gonna lie. While I was watching, my daughter came through. She thought it was a dude in his late 20s, early 30s. For real.
Yeah,
For
you
real,
looked
for real.
about 35 in that video, man.
Yeah.
And that's what you can do when you go in that water.
Now, mind you, that's a girl who's 22 years old.
Okay.
So it's not like she's 12 and she's guessing. You know what I'm saying? You know.
Hey,
So real quick, OG, what kind of water was you drinking?
Well, I switch up when I'm drinking water, when I'm doing a water fast, because there are certain types of water that I need mineral. That's spring water, right? But you know the best water on this planet. This thing about the sun hits it, the rocks cross it, it goes underground, it get purified. What is the best water? I mean, this is why they don't want us to make alcohol. You know why they don't want us to make alcohol? Because the steam from it is so pure. So you see what kind of water I use.
Yeah.
Even when I buy water, if it's sometimes it's spring water, I put it in my pressure cooker and I use the steam from it. And that's how it. And I even use still when it rains in Southern California, I have a collecting bucket. I use that and boil that too. So,
I do that too here in Florida. Yeah, I do. I do that too. Yeah.
Alkaline water and all that stuff you buy out of the store, forget that, man. You can take and put fruit in your water early in the morning, just regular, not regular spigot water, but just regular purified water in there. And put you some fruit, a couple slices. Cucumbers are real good, and then a couple slices of lime. What happens is that is a acid base, but as soon as it hits your body, it turns into alkaline. It makes your body produce alkaline.
Yeah. And I go you a couple of steps further. you can see the difference with water as opposed to what you're using from like when I'm in the garden. What you use from the hose from the house to water your garden
Mm-hmm.
and how your vegetables look, and then and you watch them throughout the day, but then you pick a day when it rains and you look at how they react when it's actual rain coming from the sky. They open up, they bloom
Big
more,
difference, yeah.
they're reaching, it's like they're reaching to the sky to get it, as opposed to how it looks when you're using like just a regular water hose attached to your house. And just real quick, Kenny B and Simply Neek, thank you very much for about the idea. And also in Simply Neek made a good point. I was trying to think of something other than 30-day challenge. He came up with 30-day journey. I like that.
Yeah. And
I
it's
like
still
that.
it's still water with the answer to that brother's question. I mostly 98% of the water I drink is distilled water.
Yes, same thing here. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, that was in Simply Neek. Yeah, yes, distilled water. And I keep I have a tendency to keep a lot of empty jugs around the house. So after I clean it, screen it, yada yada, I just fill up the jugs and I'm good to go.
Yeah. No. All I'm gonna do now is just share the testimony I had concerning sugar, and it's also gonna relate to losing weight as well, because something we see very often is, well, we've been talking about it pretty much all through the stream, is that persons don't track, the calories that they put in, and one of the big ways we take in a lot of calories and taking a lot of sugar specifically is through liquids. That's one of the quickest, easiest, and probably the most nefarious way to get sugar into your body. And one of the lessons I learned is actually related to coffee. So we know a lot of people, particularly university age students, but also workers as well too, struggle with something we all know as caffeine addiction. But notice earlier Judge said that a lot of the stuff they drink is not really coffee, it's a milkshake, right? And what happens a lot is that persons taking a lot of sugar in that morning cup of coffee or that nighttime cup of coffee to stay awake. Now, for me, I never had to take coffee as a stimulant to study at night. For some reason, I was just able to stay awake if I chose to. And what I realized is when I tried coffee, and that's how I drink my coffee too, dark, no milk, no sugar. The reason why that's the best way to drink it is because that sugar gives you a sugar high, but then it also gives you a crash afterwards, which counteracts the effect of the coffee being a stimulant. Additionally, putting milk or cream, dairy based cream in there is going to limit the absorption of the caffeine, also limiting the effect again of the coffee. So, what happens is you're taking really high levels of caffeine, but you're not getting the full effect. So you're gonna keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going to gain the desired effect. And then what happens is you end up one addicted to caffeine, but also without even knowing it, you end up addicted to sugar as well too.
And obese.
Well, I wasn't gonna go so far yet, but yeah, that's one of the the ultimate effects too.
And I have
No,
a bad
cooking coffee. Oh, I'm sorry.
I have a bad habit, and with my bad habit, I love smoking Cuban cigars.
I got cigars.
I found out with that is the more tobacco you put in it, it numbs your taste. Anybody ever quit smoking, you will find out very quick. By the third day I quit smoking, everything will seem like it's too salty or too sweet, and everything is your taste buds coming back. And that's one of the things them Cuban cigars do.
Yep.
Is numb your taste buds, where you might be wanting to increase sugar content into your body more because you taste that level of sweetness that you trying to get to.
Yeah, well, I was talking about that earlier when I was telling people about my smoking habit back in the day and where I'm at now with cigars like you. Like I said, I used to be a two pack a day man. I'm talking about Camel non-filtered. You feel what I'm saying? I mean, I was yeah. There's yeah. Well, in the military, that was the thing. It was cigarettes and coffee, man, to keep you going, to keep you pumped, keep you moving, all that good stuff. And my coffee, I always took black with sugar. And my problem is, and here's where it gets weird for me. everything you said about the sugar and coffee is absolutely right. But my problem ran deeper. It didn't make a difference if there was sugar or no sugar. I just enjoyed the taste of coffee. That's what my addiction with it is. I just enjoy the smell, the aroma, the taste, whether it's sugar or no sugar, it doesn't matter. And it's interesting because I stopped coffee 3 weeks ago. And I do that every now and then. I'll go like 1 or 2 months and I'll stop for like a week. But for some reason this time I'm going into my third, fourth week now. And I don't know why I'm doing that. I don't know if my body's just tired of it or I just no longer care or whatever have you may. But I got tons of coffee sitting in here now with nothing to do and no place to go. Um, but 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 the coffee thing, even doctors tell you 1 cup of coffee during the day once you reach a certain age, no sugar, no cream, no milk, is a good thing. Um, but 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 yeah, but but my thing between the cigar thing and the coffee, yeah, you're right, OG. When I would take those moments where I wasn't smoking, I would dump tons of sugar in that coffee. I mean, it was bad because my taste buds, like you said, started to change after the third day, and I'm looking for something to compensate that nicotine hit, that feel, that boost that I would get. It got pretty bad. It got pretty bad. The way everything is set up, man, it's set up in a way that no matter what we do, how hard we try, that we always got to be aware because they're trying to drag us right back into that addiction.
Mm-hmm. And people, this won't be a boot camp because we're not here like these BS reality shows on TV, and this is not nothing like this. We're accepting where you at. That's the good part about when you're dealing with good brothers and sisters. They have to accept you where you at, and
Mm-hmm.
it becomes almost like a buffet journey. You can pick and choose the things that you know your body is mentally and physically ready to approach, and then you just do that. It's a start, and nobody's gonna be pointing finger this person. That we ain't gonna have it. We don't on this channel. We just let me just stop right here. All right, let me just stop right here for a second. Let me do a station identification before we go any further, because I know it probably
I
be
was
ten.
waiting for it. I was waiting for it.
All right, this is my brother, Fasting, bringing you something new right here in 2020. Something you won't hear in the manosphere, something you won't hear in 3.0, something you won't hear in 2.0, 1.0, something you won't even hear in the stream team better than you go hear it on this channel. This is where adult men come together, put pick a topic, give you a platform for you to listen, input every day from the wee hours in the morning time until sometimes in the evening time. It depends where you are at. Don't you forget, Fasten the Light right here, live, each and every morning. Like the Batman, same time, same place, same people. Adult men's talking. Fasten the Light. Thank you for coming in. All right.
All
Thanks,
right.
OG. You got the voice, man.
Like I said, I've said it before. I'll say it again. If I was a girl, you had me.
All right. So we are here to help, and not only help you, but we are helping ourselves. I've been doing this for years, and I'm still learning. I'm no guru. Don't you get me twisted. I'm not one of these kind of brothers who got to do it my way or the highway. No, I'm not like that because I understand. I were I was where you are now, and I know what it took for me to understand what somebody was trying to teach me. And under the thumb of Dick Gregory for many years of my life, and being out here in California selling Dr. Sabi's product and Dr. Gauss, who I still am a distributor of his product today. He has the best cleaning formula, and that's what I'm gonna buy for fashion, and I'm gonna send it to him fasting. I'm gonna send it to him to get him clean before we start this journey. And just like I say, I have never sold any herbs or herbs or anything. I find a need that the people need it, I just give it to them, and I pay for it out of my pocket. and it has nothing to do that I'm holding and I'm got these bags. No, it has something to do with me loving our people and wanting our people to be healthy.
No,
Yeah,
I
right,
don't, I
OG.
don't, yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. Just like Benny, when he was in here, you know, whether I agree with his analogies or false equivalencies or six half or the other, I don't deny what he's talking about. I don't deny the importance of it and keeping on track of it. There's many paths to the same place. You know what I mean? And considering each of us is different, both mentally, spiritually, and physically, what will work for some won't work for others. That's just the way of things. So I don't want anybody who's listening in the chat or who comes up on the panel. I mean, it's not my house, it's fastings, but I'm just saying that you come up on the panel. Look, agree to disagree is irrelevant. All I know is that we're trying to get to the same place. Let's just make it happen. That's all. That's all. I don't care if you took left and circled around and I took right and circled around. Did we get there? If we got there, that's all that matters.
So,
So
Fat, you want to do this at the first of the month?
Hey, why not, man? How about starting the month with a bang? Yeah, I'm ready. You have my email, right, OG?
No, put it in there, and I'm gonna get it again. You know, old man, we replace things, and my body
Okay.
looks, but mine still is clicking a little bit. I gotta get me some Uber, Goba, Uber, and all that other stuff to make that brain work too, because that's a
Yeah.
brain. So yeah, put it in there in the private chat, and then I'll be. Matter of fact, we're in the private chat. I'm gonna just. This is the way I do things, fast. And I don't know if you do things this way, but this is the way I do things. I don't like all this emailing and all this text shit. I just
Yeah.
give people a number. That's just the way I roll. And because I'm more efficient when you dealing with me that way.
Okay.
yeah,
I see. Old
yeah,
school way. Yeah.
yeah. I can see that. Because I'm the same way too. The emails and the text messages don't mean anything to me. I'd rather just call on the phone real quick, have that conversation, etc., and so on. Plus, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things you miss in writing that you can't
Yeah.
pick up, and when you're talking to somebody and you're hearing their voice.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes you can't know a person's in pain until you really listening to what they're saying and how they're saying it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, got it, OG. I'm gonna add it on my contact.
Okay. And so that's the way I do it. My number is public. I don't worry about people doubting me or whatever. I'm like Dick Gregory. You know, Dick Gregory had his number public for all his life. That's why it was so easy for me to get in touch with him. The only different thing, he would always have his wife to answer the phone. But even to the day he made his transition, Dick Gregory never had security, and he never made his telephone number private. And so I guess I take a cue from that. I feel like if you go hate me, ain't nothing under the sun can ever happen to me without the permission of God.
Yeah, and that's how I am too. Because I had that conversation a couple of days ago. I can't remember where, but I was talking about my picture being up there and my name and all that good stuff. Look, I don't care. You can't do nothing to me. It doesn't matter.
Right, because what you think about me has nothing to do with my reality.
Yeah, that's similar to something my cousin William taught me when I was younger. What was it? Your perception of me will never be my reality. That's what he used to tell me when I was a kid. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
This is what I just love it so much, man. I had to get a little more sleep, and I'm helping my cousin out with a little legal stuff. Like Frank, I don't know if y'all ever seen Sanford and Son. He always had these lawyers who do lawyering on the outside.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Fred Sanford. Yeah.
So I have friends come to me knowing that the time I have spent in the court system, and I'm not talking about being a criminal, but things that I had to do, and the things I learned from being in that court system and understanding the difference between criminal court and civil court. And so I do know a lot of things. I have never lost a case, and most of the 90% of the times I went in the courtroom, it was me representing myself against lawyers, CPAs, and everything else. And I have never lost a case today. So they do call on me, and I have to help them sometimes when they get in a little trouble. And that's where experience come in, man. I try to help young men the same way with child support and all that kind of stuff. I have some secrets, and
Well, that's good. Actually, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off, OG, but that's good to know. Because I'm going to want to talk to you about that. There's myself and a couple of other brothers with that family court child support stuff. Could use some help. Could use
And
some
one
help big time.
secret, you don't you be like, dang, if the lawyer had only told me this, you
Mhm.
know. And when you walk out of there, man, you're not gonna have that full Kool-Aid smile, but you'll have a close to a Kool-Aid smile because it's so easy. It's not even nothing you say, it's what you write down. And you can walk out of that courtroom smiling, and the court would explain even to the other party that you are taking the right approach. And that makes them feel good, or it's going to make them mad. But sooner or later, they have to wake up to it too, because the court looks at child custody as the best interest of the child. And I know Manosphere don't really subscribe to that, because the reason why they don't subscribe to that, they don't have enough efficient information to know it to be true.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yep.
I know Thai City had a stream about the whole family court and stuff. So I mean, we
Yeah.
have some
Yeah.
places out here. It's just that they're not loud enough, or they don't get attraction enough. I mean, if it's gonna be the manosphere, don't you think we'll have topics that brothers actually will know about? Because I'm sure there's a lot of brothers out here who became single parents or who are going through a divorce, so they'll need the tools. But I guess it's just a feeling like those kind of topics doesn't bring attraction.
That's the
I mean,
problem.
yeah, that's the thing.
It brings attraction when you talking against itself. See, that's the problem I have with a lot of the channels that are in the manosphere is they talk about the symptoms, they don't talk about how to cure them.
Exactly.
Run
Exactly.
away.
Exactly.
And that ain't how you cure anything running away. You cure it by standing fast, standing in your square, and going in there and do a surgical understanding of it and
Yep.
apply to the rules.
Yeah, yeah. Because I've heard a lot of content creators make complaints that they'll do a stream on how to make money, how to increase your game. They'll and when I say game, I'm talking about financial, not chicks. They'll talk about stuff with child support and stuff like that, and then they'll stop doing it. And when you ask them, they'll tell you nobody shows up. Everybody only shows up when there's women in the chats, or we're talking about women, or talking about how to game girls and stuff like that. And I said, then that shows you the problem with all of us within the system, because it's gotten bad when you're more concerned about staying in something that is legitimately going to harm you, and it, but you still want to stay in it. That's a bad day. That's a
Right.
really bad day.
And then I bet if you change the title, me and my girl would go on live and fight about child support. You gonna have 1,000 people in that room. So we really
Mhm.
that
Yeah.
flip
Yeah.
that script and
Yeah.
have a woman who's gonna come in there and talk about the things that they use as pro, and it works for them in the court system, and then have another brother talk about the things he used pro that works in the what's the name. Now you're starting to understand and learn it, because
Yeah.
we like mess. And so we think it's gonna be messy. Oh man, we in there. We in there to win. I don't care. We got to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning and it started at 5 o'clock. We go be in there. So this is the way
Mhm.
sometimes you have to tease us and fool us. Las Vegas found out a long time ago. If you play that little dumb ass music, people come in there and give you their money and act like kids. You know, so that's why you got all the whistles and bells and them damn machines in Vegas, because
Yeah.
they know
Yeah.
that music that people go and come in there act a fool and act like kids. So
Yeah.
something
Yeah.
to trick our audience into something to help them, because we love them more than they love themselves.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that is the
Yeah.
case. Yeah. More
And,
often than not. Yeah, that's facts. That is facts. Yeah.
and speaking
Yeah.
about OG, talking about your experiment, right? Watch this. I'll prove it to you. Let's say I go and I do this diet you're talking about, right? A lot of
Mhm.
brothers, they'll appreciate it. But, oh man, fasting, you did OG's, advice or diet style, right? But guess
Mhm.
what? It's not gonna build a trust. You want to know who's gonna build a trust? If I was a woman.
Yeah.
A,
But
a woman's weight loss will attract more views than anything. Why? Because she's a woman, and
yeah,
that's
Yeah.
the
what
reality.
you can do fasting is did what I did in my first video about 5 years ago on Facebook. I said, I will get in my boxing short and let you see my body just before I get ready to go on this fast. Man, I had everybody looking at that live show. I don't know for what reason for the men's, but there was a lot of women up in there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So what
Yeah,
I've said to me it was nothing because I boxed for 27 years and I'm doing weigh-ins in my boxing shorts. So it didn't mean anything to me, but they got to see my ugly body and see it transform into this beautiful cut body without me ever lifting one weight.
mm, yeah, and that's what I say. The whole thing I always say you got to experiment, and this is another reason why I see myself leaving trucking because trucking it's not a long term thing. I know some brothers they've done it for years longer than me, but I'll tell you, man, sitting that like that all the time is not good for the body. You know,
Mm-mm.
the main reason I was doing it because it's like I got the skill and it's a quick way to make good money, right? Unless you're working corporate or you're doing IT or medical field, it's like uh, trucking is like you got the skill, you know, you don't need a degree, you got the job, you know, you just get that CDL and get your certification and you're good to go and make that good, you know, medium money. But it's like,
I think my
since
father
what's that?
How you think my father did it for so long? I mean, when my father started off, he said he started off with horse and buggy. You know, and
Old
Harlem started
school.
in 19, in 19, I think about like 1918. He was born in 1909. So, he didn't even go to school. He was just hauling stuff. And then he ended up driving from Mayflower, retiring from Mayflower years and years later. But
Mm,
I don't know how did he kept his weight. He was a short stature man, very quiet. But he stayed in that truck and he stayed in them seats, man, all his life. And I was just wondering, how did he do it? You know, and
yeah, it
stay.
was probably a lot of hard work. I remember he got to set up the horses. It's a it's a handy job. It's not just sitting. You know, think about it. If you say he was using horses to pull
Yeah, in
the
the beginning,
caravan and stuff like that.
nine. Yeah, in the beginning, he started off with one kind of job, but he ended up in that 18 wheeler.
Mm,
By the time he was getting ready to retire, I was just wondering.
mm,
All I could understand about the horses and stuff, but I guess back in them days, you had to change the trailers and you had to do everything yourself.
yeah.
So I'm pretty sure, but he stayed a very thin man. He was short by stature. My father didn't clear really 5'1", so he
Mm,
come from Kentucky, where his family came from the horse racing genre, and so, but he kept his weight down, and just like I say, I used to see my father roll up a Prince Albert every once in a while, and I never seen him drink. And so I don't know how he did it. He's not around now, so I can't really question him in there. But I hope I can take his legacy and keep it going.
oh yeah, oh yeah, OJ. I guess you probably got the tall part from your mom's side, huh?
Oh yeah, my mom was 6'1". My dad used to actually have to get up in a seat to have a aggressive conversation with.
But I bet she respected him, regardless of his height,
Yeah, but she told he was a man. I mean,
Mm,
my father got shot in his chest at 55 years old, walked out of the hospital 3 days later. And this, I'm talking
mm,
about 38. I ain't talking about no 22. I'm talking about 38 at that time.
mm,
And he picked up two police in his 60s in South Carolina. So my father was I'm telling you, I
mm,
wouldn't want to tussle with even at my height, my stature, even my experience. I wouldn't want to. He was the strongest man I ever known in my life.
mm.
They used to call them CB. I mean, CS at that time. When guys were strong like that. But we as people, we used to be a lot stronger. We don't
Mhm.
understand that, but our bodies used to be so. If you look at a boy's body coming up by the time he's 13 years old, he's already cut. He ain't left no weight. He ain't doing nothing. His
Yeah.
body's cut. He got six pack. He ain't had to go through all this stuff that this young people going through now. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's by diet, or hormones, or whatever's in the food. But our bodies used to be naturally built.
It's a combination.
Yeah,
Mhm.
combination of stuff. So, it's all good, man. I love coming on here. Thank you for having me, and I hope we can get on a back chat and talk about how we go approach this. I'm gonna put the stuff in wordings where people can see it, and I have things that I can send you, put in the description, things they can
Mhm.
get, use, and we just show them proof is in the pudding.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, OG, I'll call you probably this week. I know we have what 2 hour difference, so I'm ahead of you 2 hours. So what I'll do is, whenever I get a chance, I'll time out whenever I'm free from work, and then give you that call, man, so we can set this song. I'm like, hey, was it August begins? Was this Sunday, right? The first is let me see, let me double check. Uh,
Either Saturday or Sunday.
yeah, Saturday. Saturday is gonna be the 1st of August. Yeah. So
Right,
yeah,
that's so that'd be a good day to do your rest and start it off on Saturday.
yeah, yeah. Hey, OJ, I tried to do the little detox thing with the baking soda, but guess what? I'm too big for my bathtub. Basically, both of my bathtub in my apartment, it's too small. The only thing I was able to fit was my legs. Even with my legs, they're too big. Like sitting there, you know how because water makes you float.
Right.
It's too small for me, so I'll probably have
Oh,
to go somewhere or either my parents' house because they got the little they got the bathtub where it's like it looks like a bucket, right?
Roman.
Me, I have the basic one, so I'm too small for this thing. So
Yeah.
Y'all having the hot springs there in Texas are fasting?
hot spring.
Yeah, like what water comes out of the ground hot and it's sulfur water. That's a good.
I'll have to double check and see. I don't know about a hot spring. What about the sauna? You think I should try the sauna?
Oh, the only thing I don't like about the sauna bath, it will make you sweat when you go into saunas and stuff like that, and it will
Oh,
get rid of some purification. But
oh,
you need
okay.
to go into to inside of your body versus coming outside of your body, because when you go inside of it, you're gonna be dealing with the parasites. You're gonna be dealing with this and that and that and this and that and that and that. And what it's gonna do is gonna pull these things out of your body in more than one way. So when you go in a sauna, it's only coming through your sweat glands. But when you go and you do a cleansing, it's
Hmm.
coming everything. You might get a pimple or two. I know people I put on there be like, man, this stuff is not working. I got this big old ball on my arm, man. What is
Yeah, yeah, because it's that hardcore detox. I know what you're talking about, man. I know.
and somewhere down the line, he didn't get the memo when I was telling him it might come out in pimples, it might come out in anything. And believe it or not, when you start getting balls and stuff, that should be a good sign in you because that ball could have turned into cancer if you
Mm,
detox.
mm. Yeah, speaking of which, OG, somebody that I knew from my parents, church, uh, it's like on the subject of cancer. I believe all diseases is curable. It's just that you have to take the time to actually do what you're supposed to do, and it may take a while, but you got to also not only that, you gotta have faith that it will work. Do you think maybe we should have a show where you can actually mention things people can do when it comes to quote unquote cancer and stuff like that? I know it's you
Most
know
certain,
mm,
most certain. I had my sister come here 2 years ago who was suffering from cancer, did radiation. When I went to pick her up at the airport, I looked at her. I didn't even know who she was.
mm,
Seriously, she walked past me one time. We hadn't seen each other in like 15 years. She walked past me, and I didn't know who she was. She
mm,
came here. I put on a 30-day diet. By the time she got ready to leave here, her cancer was gone. If y'all don't believe me, go on my Facebook page and see all the food I prepared for her for the 30 days.
mm.
And she made me so upset because when she went to the doctor, he said he could no longer keep her on disability because he couldn't find a level of drug in her body that she's supposed to have been taking. And
Oh,
this,
wow,
my sister got back on them drugs again just to get a check.
man.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's bad.
yeah.
And I'm gonna have to make up with we ain't spoke to today. because I feel like I took all that time off for a month. I put everything on hold and made sure I gave her 3 balanced meals a day, and I gave her herbal supplements. I introduced her body to natural ions. I introduce her body to all types of herbs that I know that goes in and builds the immune system. And she lost weight. When she first came in, she was like, I don't know if y'all ever looked at Carol Burnett show, that guy used to have Tim Conaway, what his name, he used to take them little baby step and then walk
Yeah,
all over.
yeah. I know who you're talking about.
When she first got here. When she left the week before she left here, we went to the YMCA and Jesse Orange swimming pool. She was swimming laps and she was playing basketball. She couldn't even dribble basketball when she first got here. So not only do these things work, people, look, I'm gonna put it this way: your environment, your toxic environment, and your toxic food that you eat is what gives you all your ailments. Because if you really go back and do a study on Black people, before we changed into this diet that we are on now, our cancer rate was lower than anyone in this country. It was almost heard of. What happened? We came to the 70s, we started smoking weed, and we started changing our diet because we thought we was free, because we said we was black and proud, and say it loud.
I'm blackity black. I'm black, y'all. I'm black.
Because we thought the grass was green on the other side. So you got Black people saying, "Nah, I can't dance and I want my meat cooked rare."
Yeah. It's interesting because even when I moved to America, it was typical for quote unquote Black people to be like, "No, I'm not really. I want my meat well done." But it seems like there's a trend where I'm seeing Black people started to read medium rare meat. I'm like,
medium rare for life.
yeah, I'm like, what?
White people changed me, man.
That's weird.
It's the way forward, man. It's nice. It tastes better.
Yeah.
It does. It does.
Like blood dripping on the side of
You're vampires. Hey, you one step away from becoming a vampire.
Yeah,
so be it, mate.
Hey, Lou, you're gonna bite your tongue, right? Or let's say somebody gets a cut, right? They were playing with the razor, and then they be like, "Oh man, come and say you."
I'll be there, mate, slurping it up.
They'll be like, "I can help you with that." You're like, "What did you say?" Oh, sorry. Did you look at the sky?
It doesn't taste like blood. It's
that Black people had got themselves involved in the 70s. I remember my aunt. She got to a point she didn't want scrambled eggs no more. I want sunny side up, because she was working with white people, and that's the way it was. Eggs, and she said, "Don't you cook that yolk too good, too much cook. I want it dripping and dropping it, and I'm saying that.
Yeah. It's sad, but yeah, a lot of that happens. Because like I said, my thing back in the day, I was doing rare, medium rare. I had to get out of that. But
what made you stop?
But yeah,
sorry,
what
made you stop?
Scripture.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm not religious, so for me, it's just. Sorry, go on.
Oh no, you're fine. I was just saying that. That was it for me. The more I got into scripture, the more I started looking at what to eat, what not to eat, how it's supposed to be eaten, prepared, etc., and so on. That's what did it for me. I mean, everybody's got their own way of getting there, but that was mine.
Yeah, and another thing, I think maybe what I did with fasting. People talk about opening your third eye, right, or having increase senses, right? Guess what? By me just fasting, I didn't even need drugs to feel that feeling of how should I put it, like a higher spirituality. I came to a point where me and my parents was talking about, say, now I understand how the prophets felt when they said they could communicate with God, because when you go on a long fast, something happens in your spirit where there is like a peace. I had no, at that time, basically, I quit. When I did my experiment with fasting, I quit my job. I worked there 3 years, right? 3 years I was in a company. I was a great performing employee. And out of nowhere, I just quit. They were calling me. They say, I know, we say, what do we do? do you want to come back and stuff? You know, they were begging me not to go, but I was like, I needed a break from everything, right? And then that whole 3 to 5 months, you know, after I did my experiment, I lost 65 pounds and I started to work out and start to build muscle, right? I was at a point where I had money saved up because I knew I was gonna do it, right? So I was planning ahead of time. But I wasn't making any money, nothing was coming into my bank. But I had a sense of peace that everything would be okay. And guess what? The week that I decided to go get a job, within 2 days, I got a job. And then I went to one location where I lost that job. As I'm walking out of the office after they told me that, they won't hire me, right? As I'm walking up, I get a call from the current company I'm working with. They say, "Hey, you're hired. Are you able to come in next week?" I'm like, "Yes." Everything worked,
Okay.
like everything worked. Like I had no worry, nothing, right? I'm walking, I'm like, everything is gonna be okay. Boom, gling, gling, gling. Pull my phone, they say, "You're hired. Can you come work on the 20th of August, 2018?" I'm like, "Sure." And I went there and I've been with that company ever since. So one thing I realized is like I was at a point, I'm like, wait, I'm feeling what people take. They take certain drugs and stuff like to feel what I'm feeling, and I'm doing naturally just from abstaining from food. And now imagine, like OG said, whenever you detox your body and you actually take the right thing in your body, how much beneficial, like how much better you feel getting what your body need, like the extra stuff, like the good stuff after you cleanse your body. And that's the feeling I want people to actually was a hope for, that it's available out there. I'm telling you, I don't know
No,
how to
no,
put
it, no,
words.
no, I get what you're saying. It absolutely works. I mean, I've done it myself. I mean, when you change your diet and you get your physical form and shape and I went a step further because I took like almost 2 years. I just started focusing on the diet, stopped having sex, started focusing on the aspect of my body with weight, exercising, keeping myself eating properly, and got rid of all the extraneous diversions, for lack of a better term. You find your level of clarity and focus greatly sharpened and increased. There's no question to that. There's no question to that. And I think as men, that's something we absolutely must do. Um, um, I treat it the same way as the fasting thing. You can fast for like a week, 14 days, 30 days, but you have to keep the patterns. Every month you would have to take a couple of days
Oh yeah,
or a week to repeat the process to keep your body up to snuff. I mean, because you got to remember, just like OG was saying earlier, we're surrounded by things that are going to affect us. Even if you do eat properly, that doesn't take you out of breathing air, which is contaminated. It doesn't
oh yeah.
take you away from being around metals, plastics, and any other thing in your house. The clothes you
Radiation,
wear,
radiation.
yeah, radiation from your cell phones, your computers, the clothes you wear. I mean, the list goes on and on. So yeah, you can you can start that process, but you have to make sure you maintain that process on a monthly basis. And like I said, that's everything from proper bathing to proper eating to proper exercise to moving stuff that in and of itself is not absolutely necessary for your daily existence. And just repeat that process. So
Hey,
Okay, so what do you think contributed most to your increased clarity? I think you said.
for me,
Yeah.
well, see, for me, okay, for me, my like I said, my thing is a variety of steps. My first step that I focused on, and like I said, this process started for me about a decade ago. My first step was my water because that's life. What I
Mm.
started to do is I started paying attention to the fluoride content in the water. So then I started making sure that I was removing the fluoride from the water because a lot of people don't realize that during World War II in Germany, that's what their Grand Poobah was doing. He was putting a lot of fluoride in the water, and what fluoride does is it dulls your senses. It makes you more compliant. It makes you more pliable to whoever's leading you. So, so that was the first thing. And if you notice, America started doing that at the end of World War II. It started replicating his experiments. That was
Saying
my
that.
first. So that was my first step, cleaning the water. The second step was getting into portion control. Like I said, when you look at my plate, 50 to 60% of that plate is vegetables. The meat is usually cut to fit in the palm of my hand and no larger. Then the next step from there is I started my own garden because I wanted to grow real organic vegetables and fruit, not GMO stuff that you buy as products in the supermarket. Okay. Then from there, I started beefing my exercise up again. I'm not on the level I was when I was in the military, but I still try to maintain as much as possible. Outside of the issues with my back, I'm limited on certain movements that I can do during exercise, but I still get out there and try to do as much as I can. And then, you know, you just build from there. But even with everything I just said, all those steps I made and all the ones that have been coming afterwards, the most important thing, first and foremost, is you have to get that mindset. You have to get that discipline, because if you do, because if you don't, none of that matters, because you'll start the water thing in January and you'll give it up in June.
You'll relapse.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You'll start the thing with, okay, no more sugar, and then the next thing you know, you'll go to a party, a birthday, a wedding, or something like that. You take a slice of cake, eat it, and then boom. Because like I said before, all the statistics, all the research, even the FDA has already said it. Sugar is a drug, and it is 5 times more addictive than crack cocaine. That's fact. That's fact. That is no longer denied. You look at and like Benny was saying earlier, you look at the mouse study on that. Yeah, you look at the molecule breakdown. It's like 1 molecule away from looking like cocaine. I mean, he wasn't lying about that. He wasn't. At least based on my research, he's not. So you know, you got to do all these things. And that's why I was saying there's many paths to get to it, because there's so many different ways to start, so many different things you could do. That even if we don't agree 100%, we at least agree on the direction we're going, and that's the most important. That's why the mindset and the discipline is so key. There's no point in starting something you're not going to finish. Does that make sense?
Definitely, yeah. You helped a lot. Yeah, because personally, I focus mostly on the water, because obviously, like for example, the tap water is highly treated. With stuff to quote unquote clean it, but they leave traces of that product in the water, so it's probably not the best idea to drink it.
Well, it's not just that. Think about this when it comes to tap water and water treatment. Let's think about this. A lot of people, and this was a big thing when I used to live in New York, a lot of people who are on medication that don't take it flush it down the toilet, so it goes right back into the water system. You understand what I'm saying? And regardless of how much they clean it, filter it, etc., and so on, you will not get rid of all the trace amounts. Especially when you're talking about a city of what, 2, 3, 4 point something million. That's insane. That's insane.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It's definitely something you've got to pay attention to. But yeah, other than that, the only other thing I really pay attention to is physical exercise, which I've always done anyway, because I was an athlete as a lad, so I just kind of kept up with it. And when it comes to, I guess, diet, I just try to be as balanced as possible. You know, just for most meals, I tend to have some sort of carbohydrate, some sort of meat, some sort of veg with it, and just kind of go from there. Just keep it simple, you know. And then sometimes I'll try to have like sometimes for lunch I'll have like monkey nuts. Those I enjoy. And like for breakfast, it might be like a fruit cocktail, or I don't know, fried egg or something. You know what I mean? Just vary it. Yeah.
Yeah. And as a matter of fact, I was looking a second ago in the chat, and Neek had said something about Chinese food being from the devil and all that good stuff. All that I don't know, but I will. But no, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not making light of him. Honestly, I'm not. I just wanted to make a point, because what he's saying. Here's how I look at it. Any restaurant you go into, okay, and I'm using the Chinese because he put that there just as an example. If I walk into a Chinese restaurant and the people who are in there cooking that food don't even eat that food, I'm not going to eat it. you understand what I'm saying? The vast majority of Chinese restaurants that have popped up in black neighborhoods and everywhere else, if you look at what they do, they don't eat the food that they're serving you. They'll have little clear bowls of whatever liquid soup or whatever it is that they do not eat that food that they serve other people. And if that's not a cue, I don't know what is.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
I
not
don't
only
trust it
that,
myself.
look at the idols in the front doors, the altars. See, like I said, because people, they're just moving to the motion. Those are the kind of stuff I started to notice as I grew in knowledge. I was like, wait a minute, why do they have an altar to their gods within a freaking restaurant? They got the little incense going and stuff like that, and people have no idea, you know. So I mean, we could get into esoteric knowledge and stuff about. I'm like, at the end of the day, right? How do you don't see what's going on in the kitchen, right? Because people don't understand that food and eating it's spiritual. Food, was it the whole thing about cooking? It's a spiritual ritual, and that's why families come together. They're one together in harmony. It's a ritual. But the thing is, if you don't know what kind of ritual is performed for that food you're about to eat, how do you know it's good for you?
Mm-hmm.
See,
Yep, exactly.
there's more than just the physical food.
It's a spiritual and energy thing, because it's no different with me. Like I said, I've got 4 daughters. They're all grown. Well, my youngest one will be an adult next month. But here's the thing: there were days, and they will tell you, there are days I won't cook because I know I'm not in the proper space for it. Energy is spiritually, emotionally wise, and when you cook, you transfer your energy into what you're cooking.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's why the thing about cooking in the Black community especially is about love. That's why every person's got a story about their grandmama cooking in the kitchen. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And grandma passed that stuff down
And
to
you
mama.
remember the taste.
Exactly. And you know what I'm saying? That all that stuff gets transferred. She does what she does for the love of her family. She wants them to have a good meal. She wants it to taste right, etc., and so on. And that's a very important thing, which goes back to what you're saying. You don't know what they're doing in that kitchen. You don't know where they are emotionally. And more importantly, they have no desire. And to be quite honest, they don't have to have that concern for us, because we're just a person who comes in the immediate moment, as opposed to like all of us. We can go into a Chinese restaurant right now. We're just people who are going to come in and come out for a second. But if I invited all of you guys to my house and I cooked you a meal, we know we built a relationship in these past few weeks by talking to each other, by sharing, by learning. If I'm going to do that and I'm going to invite you to my house, I'm doing that for love. I'm doing that because I want my boys to have a good meal. I want, when we done, a glass of wine, a cigar, a good time. That's a whole different kind of system than when you doing bulk processing and people coming in and out and so on and so forth. That's why
money. They're like, come on
exactly,
in. Money.
Exactly.
So there's a different energy. There's a different energy that goes into the food. Go ahead.
Exactly.
You say you suffer, and I suffer from this.
You're quiet, mate. Can't hear.
Oh, OG,
You're
your
far
volume
away.
is low. Your volume is low, OG.
My volume is low.
Yeah. You were sounding kind of far away. Are you closer to the mic, or maybe you?
Now?
Okay, now we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, you can hear me now. Okay, what I was saying was, I got something from Lawrence, because I never ever want another man or woman to suffer from a back injury like I did in the early parts of my life. So I got something for you, Lawrence. This is what I want you to do. I want you to go out there and get something called MACE. You go order it off the internet. It's mace. It's the same thing almost as nutmeg, but it's the outer shell of it, and it comes in powder form. I want you to take a bottle of green alcohol, excuse me, and I want you to take 2 tablespoons and take that alcohol and pour just a little bit out of it so you can get 2 tablespoons. I want you to shake that up for at least 15 days, but you can start using it in its 3rd day. You put that on your back just before you give it a workout, or when it's hurting, or any joints on your body. It would instantly, within 15 seconds, take away pain.
Oh, well, and thank you for that, because I did write it down. I'm just letting you know. But it's not so much about the pain with me. It's the fact that the way my spine got shifted, and one of the discs
Right.
is out of alignment. The only way they can fix
I
it
got
is
you on
by
that one too, brother. I got you
yeah.
on that one too, because that's
Okay,
what's
good.
I got you for that one too.
Because
I want
the disc is out of alignment, so it
yeah,
snaps
that's
back
what
and
mine did
forth.
too. And I didn't even go.
That's quite serious. Yeah.
So I got that for you too. I want you to get you some pure MSM. Anybody can Google this. Pure MSM. I don't want you to get none of that stuff out of the store. It's been in a capsule or whatever. I want you to get it looks almost like crushed Epsom salt. Matter of fact, it looks
Okay.
almost like sugar too. And I want you to get that. I want you to start adding an eighth of teaspoon to that, and watch how your mobility of your back and everything else changes. I have built cartilage in people's knees who have played basketball or football, and the doctor told them, ain't nothing we can do but operation. And they used to get that little popping, that little scrubbing noise when they bend their knees or whatever. After about a month and a half on MSM, a cartilage start rebuilding itself.
Okay, well, the rebuilding is not the issue. The issue is getting it back in place. That's the issue.
See, this is what 1 and 2, and then you got your third part. To
Okay.
get your body back in alignment again, you could go to the chiropractor and let him pop, boom, pop, pop, pop if you want to. But one thing I have found out about this beautiful body that this creator gave us is, as you are in what we call out alignment, you're going to have to start finding stretching exercise where you don't strain yourself. You might have to start doing them in water first, a swimming pool first. And the more you start building, you can shift that alignment back to where it should be.
Okay.
It's almost like Lawrence, you remember back in the day, we used to take soap and put it in our hair and get waves before all this wave stuff came out.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
With the ivory soap in our hair, and we train our hair. Okay.
Yeah, put a do-rag on and all that. Yeah.
You can straighten your spinal cord back into its alignment.
Okay. Just hold on 1 second for me. I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm writing down what you're saying. Okay. You stretching into it. Okay, got it. I'm sorry. I just wanted you were talking faster than I could write. I'm sorry.
I go to the Orange Pool. I haven't been there since we had this macaroni virus spreading around, but there are like
macaroni virus.
No, that's the first time I heard that one.
Yeah, that's a new one for me too.
Oh, Jenny's made up words, mate.
Okay, but
women at 6 o'clock in the morning who do aerobics, and a lot of doctors send their patients over to Jesse Orange Swimming Pool right here in California. And these are some of the things they do, because once you do knock something out of line or you're trying to rebuild something, you want less stress and less tension on it when you're trying to stretch it and trying to get it back into its full strength. So doctors are starting to use water now because it's less stressful on the body, and your movement can be much better because your weight become lighter in water.
Yeah. Weight distribution.
What I have found out is what I usually do with my back problem. One of the exercises I usually do, Lawrence, I take a brick, and what I do, or I get on my steps, and what I do is start stretching on the floor first, bring my knees up to my chest, and I do that till my back start getting warmed up, and then I get on that step on the outside of my door, and I put my toes on the beginning of the step and the back part, and I just ease my way down while I'm holding on to something until I get that full stretch, because your feet don't bend backwards. So the only way you can get that stretch is you got to put your toes on the solid part of the step and let your body dive down at a vertical angle, 45-degree angle, like you do it when you're marching. You keep your feet, but it's going downward. And you start doing that each day, and you'll see the strength start building back, and an alignment will start going back in your back. And if you can't do that on dry land, you can do it on water.
Okay, now here's the thing. Here's the thing. That stuff you talked about with the stretching, I'm doing that. My issue is like I said, the way the disc is constantly shifting, because the problem is between the L4 and the L5. Right. So what happens is there's a bulge. Now, on occasion, what will happen is it'll pop back in on its own, and I'm good for a little while, and then for no reason whatsoever. I mean, I've literally just been doing nothing but sitting in a chair, and it will pop right back out, and I'm on my back for 2 to 3 weeks. You know what I'm saying? So the issue here becomes, and this is something I've noticed myself, which is why it was so important for me to come in here today about the weight loss thing. I've noticed it happens more frequently the more weight I have on, because it's like the weight in my stomach. The stomach muscles are getting loose, so they're not as tight and as strong as they should be. So the front of my stomach is pulling against the back area. So I'm assuming it's shifting it's popping the positions back out of whack again. That's why it's so important for me to get the weight back down, because I notice whenever I get back down to my manageable 175, 180, I have no issues whatsoever. It's almost like it fixes itself.
Right. Because you're at your natural weight. And that's when people ask me how much weight I should use. And the first thing I say, your body will tell you. When you eat the proper food, do the proper exercise, your body's going to tell you exactly what is your weight. You don't have to
To me,
it
sounds like you have a compression issue, because it seems that whenever when your weight goes up to a certain point, that particular disc isn't able to withstand the increased pressure of your body weight compressing the discs together, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And it causes it to pop out, I think. So
no,
so
I've had that. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So to me, it just seems the best thing you can do for yourself, for now at the very least, is to just keep at a low enough body weight to where it minimizes the popping, I guess. And one last thing, actually, is there like any specific movements that you do that causes it to pop, or is it just literally just a random thing that just happens?
It's just random. It's just random. Okay. I've actually sat in my garage having a conversation in nothing but a regular chair, just a and then when I say chair, I mean a leather cushioned chair. This is not like I'm sitting on anything hard, but I've literally sat in the garage and just pop done. I mean, it was just crazy. And as far as it goes for the compression thing, I have talked to my doctors about that. As a matter of fact, because I'm a veteran, so I go to the VA and stuff like that, and I had to get rid of 2 doctors because there was one time I was in so much pain when I went to see him. He got up, walked over to me, slapped his hand on my back, rubbed it, and said, "You're fine. It's just back arthritis."
Wow.
You know, then I had another one who I tried to tell. They sent me for X-rays. X-rays are not going to show anything for deep tissue. It's not going to show anything for deep tissue. I mean, exactly. we all know that. It's only going to show you skeletal.
You need an MRI.
And that's and I eventually got that after I got rid of the 2 of them. That took me almost a year. That took me almost a year. It is, but I got in there. And you
pay for that too. As an what? No, wait, you don't do it.
No, I don't.
Because you're a veteran. Okay, yes.
Yeah, because I'm a veteran.
Okay. My bad.
So I eventually got a doctor, which fascinates me because the 2 that gave me a problem were men. The one who listened to me was a female. I was fascinated by that. No, considering where a lot of people know where I stand with women, that was fascinating.
Yeah.
So
it can happen,
she sent me to the MRI. I got the MRI. I went back. She looked at me and said, "Oh no." And then she threw everything up for me to see, and she started pointing it all out. L4, L5. See how that's bulging out right there. I mean, she broke it down for me, just 100%. And then she was like, "There's only 2 options. We can cut a small hole in and go in and try and put it back, or we can just do pain management where you have to come in like every 90 days to get a shot to deal with the pain." Cool. And I'm not good with either one of those. One, because I don't like being cut open for no reason. Number 2, and I don't mean to overshare, but I'm just trying to give you the perspective. My birth father was a drug addict, so I try to avoid any opportunity with drugs because I don't know if I carried a gene to kick that off. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
So I suffer with it a lot, just through trying to maintain it myself. So.
Yeah.
To be fair, you said that it would be for no reason, but I think quality of life is definitely a qualifying reason to be put under the knife. Don't you think?
Well, I do, but I do, but at the end of the day, sometimes we run into a lot of doctors who just like to cut because they want to make a name for themselves, because they just want to get the practice in, as opposed to being about your well-being. And I'd rather deal with a chiropractor or somebody like OG or something I've learned to do on myself to manage it before I let somebody randomly cut me open. Between keltoids and all that other stuff.
Sorry, I keep cutting you off. Sorry, go on. Sorry.
No. Actually, I was babbling. Go ahead. You're good.
Okay. Well, the thing is, right? As far as I'm aware, the discs of the spine are probably one of the hardest things to self-repair, just because there's no way naturally to take the load off. Because obviously, as a species that walks upright, our spine is always compressed. So as far as I'm aware, that the only way for it to ever really truly fix a bulging disc would be to get it operated on, because that's just kind of like a caveat of being an upright species. Just there's no way to ever like give your spine a rest, basically, if you catch my drift.
Well, see, it's weird. But see, it's weird because I've had moments where, like there was one time, like last year, one of the kids had spilt something on the floor in the kitchen, and I didn't know it was there. And I slipped, and when I slipped, I went partially down and caught myself, and my back popped. And then when I stood back up and I started moving, I realized it popped back into place where it was supposed to be. It was, it's just weird. It's like I said, it's not that it's damaged. It's just that it's out of alignment. It just pops in and pops out at its own random thing. And all this started because, like I said, 10 years ago, I was trying to help somebody, and they were moving something, and it was huge. It was heavy, and it started falling back. And I rushed forward and I grabbed them to get them out of the way before it came crushing down on them. That's how I heard it. And it's just been out of whack ever since. So,
well,
I want to add something to that just before we go further, because I'm gonna drop off. I went through the shots. I went through the traction. And if anybody who ever had back problem know what traction is, I had 15 on my legs, and I had 10 on my neck. And I would, the benefit of me, I was boxing at the time, and I had good doctors, and I had specialists. A neurosurgeon is the person that I ended up with, not a regular MD, because it's beyond their pay grade. And so by the time I got to a neurosurgeon, first thing he wanted to do was operation. But then when you come in there with a little knowledge and you able to speak to them on their turn, and then they give you alternative stuff. And I started off with my healing with alternative from a neurosurgeon who specializes in the brain and the spinal cord. And so I do know that if you ever had a chicken or any kind of thing spinal cord and you're looking at it, you see that gristle around that they call the gristle. You know what I mean?
I've seen it.
So when you was making that motion, what happened is you put so much stress and pressure on it, it was able to slip over, even chip it off a little bit. And so what I'm saying is, I would have never known about MSM. And just like I said, I don't want to sound like no guru or nothing. I learned this from Dick Gregory. Dick Gregory told me, because the doctor was saying that, if you don't get this operation, and we're not just going to do this, we're going to have to remove that. It was so, so bad too. And I said, well, what you going to put back? And he said, nothing. And I said, well, nothing for nothing leaves nothing. So why should I try nothing? And so I know when I hit that pain where I had to crawl on the floor, my daughter had to, comfort me, going to the bathroom and open the door for me, and shut the door for me. I had to crawl up on the toilet, because when your back go out, it goes out. People, I don't know if you ever.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it was so.
It goes out. You ain't gonna be standing no straight up. You gonna be bent over.
You can't.
Crawling.
You can't, because Because after it happened, when I got up, I tried to take a step and I crashed straight to the ground. I
Right.
mean, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You're done.
Right.
You're done.
I feel you, my brother. So these 3 things I gave you earlier. These are some of the approach. And just like I say, it's an old wound now. And it's going to take a little more time because, it's just like people who break things or do things in life and never get therapy. Like, the right approach to their therapy. They never have movement the same. And that's why therapy is so good when you have an accident, because you're starting to build the motion back up again. So it's not that it can't be done there, Mr. Lawrence, but it will take some time. It will take some supplements, and it will take some stretching. And I guarantee you still can build that back up. We're not horses, people. Don't let these doctors fool you. We're not horses. When we break something or outline something, it has to be permanent. No, we're not like horses.
Oh,
We
no, I
are,
believe you.
and we are human beings that there is something out there to heal us, just like there's something out there to kill us.
Yeah,
Y'all
absolutely.
good?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Nice. I got to drop down, so fasten. Please get in touch with me at your convenience. And it's always a good thing to come over here and chop it up with good brothers who not only listen, but they give good information, and we learn from each other. Thank you.
Indeed.
Peace, love, and always
Truly a
love.
pleasure.
Well, thank
Take
you.
it easy, OG.
I'll hit
Thank
you
you,
up
OG.
soon. Thank you.
Oh, always good to have you. Always.
Yeah, I really
Um,
appreciate it, man. So much knowledge. I'll let you go, Nimble, me in a second. I just want to say so much knowledge was brought in today from everyone in the panel. I really appreciate it because, like I say, I don't know everything. That's why we need all the brothers and sisters to come up and share what they know. And I know some people may be shy about it, but I'm like, hey, that's why we have the open panel, as it's in the title, right? Open panel. So anyone who has, who had knowledge to share any perspective, we welcome it. Yes, of course, we may not see eye to eye on everything, but that's the point of having opinions. But before I let everybody go, I just want to I'm gonna give an additional 15 minutes, for the show to keep going. So, Nibbleman, go ahead. We have 15 minutes and counting down.
Okay, no problem. Okay, firstly, I just want to say thank you for letting me on, and I want to compliment you on your channel. For being so. I don't want to be pretentious and say mature, but I just appreciate the non-shouty atmosphere. It's quite
Yeah.
refreshing in this space.
It is. No, it is. It really is. It really is.
Mm.
It honestly is.
Yeah.
It honestly is.
Hey! Hold on.
Yeah, that's how it goes, mate.
Hold on.
Wait, let's
Let me finish.
Let's make it official. Let's make it official. Are you calling my mother a pox-ridden winch?
Would you call my mom? Oh goodness.
But my father's not even goodly rotten apple though. He's not a goodly rotten apple. Are you disrespecting the house of Guy? I mean, no, stop.
God.
I'm done. I'm sorry.
Okay. Secondly, I was going to ask you, Lawrence. Do you know the exact diagnosis you have for your back pain? The exact diagnosis. So is it like is the disc ruptured, just bulging? Is it a vertebra crack or anything?
It's a bulge between the L4 and the L5. To get this, it's completely out of alignment. It's out of alignment completely. The exact phrase for it, I cannot tell you unless I go hunt down my paperwork.
Yeah.
But off the top of my head, I remember that specifically because she was explaining it to me as she was literally showing me the MRI results and where everything was positioned. That's why I remember those three things specifically. So
okay, because I'm kind of trying to brainstorm like something I can recommend, because I know I'm not exactly sure what the disc is made of, because obviously for stuff like cartilage, you know what that's made of, right? But I'm I'm not
Yeah,
sure,
absolutely. Yeah,
but
yeah.
I'm not sure the composition of the disc, because obviously the disc is a bit more like rubbery and it's filled with fluid, right? So
Right.
it's not necessarily the same. It may not necessarily be the same composition as cartilage. So I'm not sure if I can recommend you the same things that would regenerate cartilage, but
Well, I'm not worried about it. I mean, I'm not
I'm
worried
gonna
about
have
it.
to.
We always show up here on a regular. Next time, I'll just look for it and have it ready for you. That's all.
Well, I think yeah. To be honest, I think that's probably the best thing to do, because I don't want to
Right.
give you any bad advice, you know,
Yeah, yeah. I
or
mean,
or
yeah,
non-functional advice.
yeah. That's that. You know, I mean, that's like I said. I'm open to anything. So I mean, I could always find it. Do a quick scan of the MRI and all that stuff if I still got it, and I'll send it to fasting, and whenever we get the chance, if
Yeah,
we happen to be in at the same time, he can put it up so everybody can see it, and it's a good learning experience for everybody too, to see
True.
what an MRI looks like, how a disc is out of alignment. So
Yeah,
with stuff
definitely.
like that, I have no problem sharing. That's no big deal. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
if nobody shares, how's anybody going to learn? So
True.
Yeah,
Very
Right,
true.
right.
Very true.
Following that, that's why I say, what Fasten is doing here is really good, and we need something that we're gonna have to start doing a lot more in the manosphere, particularly the black sectors. We're gonna have to start attacking some of these problems and issues more directly, because what tends to happen, it gets lost in the fog of all the other topics and
Arguments.
yeah, and arguments that we have. So, for instance, several things came up. Although this was a top panel about how to lose weight, things like child support, things like growing your own food. These are things that we have people with expertise in the sphere, and we could definitely start tackling them directly, whether it's through interviews or so on. So, I find that this is a really good platform that we've been taking advantage of so far, and I hope that it would continue. And for those who have ideas, definitely follow through with it.
Indeed. And there's another topic that I think would be really good, and I think it's like the optimal diet. Maybe not necessarily optimal, but what like maybe like an evidence or science-based approach to diet sort of thing. I don't know if that would interest anybody, because I'm kind of into it.
You see, the thing is, and I'm sure this is what Fasten is going to say, but I don't want to put words in my mouth, so I'm going to say this is my interpretation. Fasten always says, just talk into the wind. Once it's good information or it's of value to people, those who want to hear will hear. So, listen, you say you don't know if it's a good topic. I think it's something that's worth talking about. And if there's people willing to talk about it, hey, let's talk about it.
Yeah, because there's a lot of confusion when it comes to nutrition, because there's so much studies funded by nefarious companies that want to promote their products, and it's just really hard to sift through.
Yeah,
it's really hard. But I have found one channel that I think would be worth sharing to you all, because he kind of goes into like not all. It's not just the science of it all, but also like the political biases, because how, of course, there's lobbying and whatnot and all that. And I think it's important to also understand how certain recommendations have been influenced through politics and not necessarily through science. And I think his approach to finding out the truth when it comes to nutrition is, I just fucking lost myself,
It's okay. It's okay. No, you're fine.
Yeah. But yeah, there's a channel I want to show you, and I think if you all kind of go through a couple of his videos and we kind of get his perspective, then we can have a bit of a discussion on it. I think that would be pretty good. So if you're willing to do that, I'll share it. If not, just say, and I'll leave it.
I mean, you can post a link on was it the chat so people can check it out
Yep.
later. Yeah.
Okay,
That's
we'll
all
do.
right. I don't mind.
Thank you, Fastin. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey, I see Morning Blue is in here.
Yeah, it's weird because it looks like more people are starting to show up. Like, also the average viewership that we had was what, 11 or 12.
something
And
like that.
yeah, and at one point I think it was like 21. But
Was
hey, it's always whenever we're about to end the show, that's when everybody start to show up.
Nah, I think Kuda posted your link on his community tab. That's why, because when I crashed and I dropped out,
Yeah,
that's actually the link I clicked to get back here. So Kuda posted on his
yeah, I
community
saw it.
tab.
Yeah, I
Oh,
saw
okay.
that. I shot him out. Thanks, Kodak, man. I know. I saw it on the notification earlier when I was checking out some of the notifications I saw. So I was like, awesome, man. Thank you, Kodak. Yeah. I mean, it's an
Yeah.
interesting topic. That's why I wanted to do a separate panel. That way, I'll leave the previous live on it by itself. I had the echo on, and leaving this, for like a open panel so people can talk about, that way that one stays fresh by itself. Just me giving like options that people have available. But me and OG, we're gonna talk about that experiment that I can do. To kind of show brothers that something that's possibly done. But like I say, as a guy, only you only get attraction so far, but it's more convincing when it's a woman. Why? Because it's harder for women to basically lose weight because as women age, it gets more difficult because of what estrogen.
Yeah, and they generally store more fat as
Yeah,
well,
Yeah.
easily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so that's
Yeah.
all. Like that's all I would say. It would be nice to have a woman do the experiment. But one thing I ever discovered, even weight trainers, they say the worst people to train when it comes to weight loss are women. They say that's the hardest thing.
Yes.
It's not that because they can't do it. It's just that the discipline fact is just it's hard because they're women. They're different. They're different from us. A man can be stubborn from time to time, but guess what? Once you put him in an environment where he has no choice, tough love, yeah, he's gonna have to do it. But it's not the same when it comes to women. They're
It's
delicate.
not. It's not. It's not. They're in the military. There were women I had to train. Since I've been outside of the military, there have been women I had to train, and they. Yeah, it was brutal. It was brutal. I'll take guys any day.
Yeah, I could give you a simple example as volleyball. I would often help, a lot of my teammates train in the gym. And for instance, we'd have a good weight session. The next day, a lot of guys would be sore. And it was much easier to tell the guys, push through the soreness and, just fight the pain, keep going.
Yep.
You couldn't really do the same for a lot of the girls. Now, there were a few that managed to push through, but I don't know, and I guess you would have seen this in the military. You just shout on the guys, "Hey, push through it, fight," and the guys they would push.
Yep.
The women on the other hand respond a lot differently to that.
They fold. Yep.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because it comes back to what I said before about mindset. See, and this is not to disparage anybody. It's not. I'm just stating facts. The men you can do that to in the military, at least back then. I don't know what it is now, but back then you could do that to the men because at the end of the day, those men knew that they would be front line. They knew they would only be, your unit is only as strongest as your weakest person. They knew that buddy who's going to be on the battlefield with them side by side is going to have to rely on them. So that you could do that to men. You could get them to push through. Generally speaking, the mindset for women was just that they have to meet the basic requirements to get past the PT test, and after that, everything else just easy sailing. They never had to worry about going that extra mile because they knew they would never be on the front lines that way, if that makes sense.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it does.
So
Yeah.
and I mean, and there'll be women who'll get upset about that in the whole 9 yards, and that's fine. But that is the truth of the matter. Like I said, I don't know what it is now. I served during the 80s and 90s, so I don't know what it is now. But I know back then, and it wasn't just a question of mindset for the women. It was a question of the mindset for the drill instructors too. The drill instructors were far more lenient on them because they knew, truth be told, they wouldn't have to go out there the way men would. That's why we always got it worse. So
Yeah. Hey, what is it? Equality?
well, yeah. Well, I mean, back then, back then in the 80s, we were coming down on the back end of second wave feminism,
Yeah,
just just kicking in the third wave, because third wave really kicked off in the 90s, to be
Wait,
honest.
wait. So hold on 1 second. Since men and women are equal, were you guys taking the same shower?
No, no. I will tell you this though. I will tell you this. We weren't taking the same showers, but somewhere around 1988 is when they started to do co-ed barracks.
Wow, how did that
Yeah.
work? Huh?
A lot of
You were
pregnancies.
talking, you know,
a lot of pregnancies. That, I mean, I don't know how else to answer that, but
so you were like, "Hey, what's up? You, what's up? Oh, I see you got something there. Okay, why don't you come in my shower room?"
what's interesting is the way they did the barracks, the co-ed barracks, is that it could be anywhere from 2 to 4 people per section, because what it is, it was almost you had your own room. It was like a mini hotel. You can put in your own phone lines and stuff like that, and so on and so forth. You could have anywhere from 2 to 4 people in that one particular room. Then you go down the hall, there's another one, etc., and so on. So it was like that, and then they made it co-ed, and I remember that because I helped build it. My boy Mitchell was one of the engineers, and then certain units had to go out in the system. So between building it, loading it up with furniture, getting the painting and all that stuff done, I was there for all that. And then when it was done, they announced it was going to be co-ed, and you had males and females in there, plain and simple. If you had a room that could hold 4, it would be all men. If you had a room that could hold 4, it would be all girls. I mean, they didn't have us literally girls and boys in the same rooms, but we all lived in the same building. So we passed each other in the hallways, or going to the laundry room, or heading to the mess hall and stuff like that. But the end result was a lot more pregnancies than you would have wanted.
Babies left and right.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, to be honest, that's how I met my first wife.
Hey, I mean, it's common sense. You know, when men and women come together, hey, babies happen. It's the way nature. It's the way the Most I said. It's you can't escape it. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
It's biology. I mean, yeah, you're gonna have the exception to the rule, but it's nature's way. When men, think about it, we'll be masculine. As soon as a woman comes, there, everybody's like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Very true.
yeah, it's true. It's true.
We've seen it plenty of times. Yeah.
There is no education when it comes to it's nature. I mean, we all seen it. Why the boys will be like, "Oh man, Michael Jordan is the best." No, LeBron James be like, "Hey guys."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and as soon as she
Big
says
bar and a
that,
smile.
listen, and as soon as she says that, hey guys, all of a sudden the guy's gonna be talking about how much they bench on their last training session,
Yeah.
who ran the mile longest and the fastest.
Yep.
Man,
Start showing up.
The male dominance instinct just kicks in straight away. Yeah.
Let me go over there and show my mouthpiece.
Yeah. but it's true. It's true. It's so true.
Yeah.
You know, it's so
But when
true.
they pattern, we be like, "Let me show you." Whoa, hold on.
And it's purely
Yeah, 'cause
subconscious as well. You don't
Well,
realize
yeah.
you're doing it.
Yeah,
Well, most guys
and-
do anyway.
Yeah, and that's why I said it. You know, I can't just simply say it was a female thing. It wasn't. I mean, it was a male thing too. The drill sergeants, the commanding officers, the women were allowed more leeway. You know,
Mhm.
you can complain all you want to about their hypergamy, gynocentrism, whatever you may, but they can't do anything unless we allow them as men. It's just that
Yep.
simple.
Right.
So with all the men who were drill sergeants and etc., the women had a different scale for keeping in shape and meeting PT requirements. You know, and like I said, you know, there was no female next to me when I was in the jungles of Panama chasing Noriega. There was no females next to me when I was standing at the Berlin Wall. There were no females. There were no females with me in Kuwait, as in the Gulf War. I did all that with men. There were no women next to me on those fields.
right. And to relate that actually to the topic, and also to hopefully help some of the listeners also understand, fellas, and this is how I see a lot of guys gain weight. A lot of my friends, especially at university, who had girlfriends, they got fat. Right. And these are guys that are athletes that, you know, trained just as much as I did, if not more, and were also doing a lot of the same things I was doing in terms of tracking the diet and so on. But the reason they got fat was They started to follow the diet the girlfriend was going. They'd go out, they'd have ice cream, they'd have fast food,
Yeah.
etc. And they wouldn't hold
Absolutely.
fast to what they normally would. Now,
Yeah.
maybe she cooked, but if she cooked, again, she was cooking based on how she lived, not based on what his diet
His
was and what his
needs.
requirements
Yeah.
exactly.
Exactly.
So, my advice to you guys is you have to keep track and ensure that, hey, this is what I need and stick to that. Don't compromise, for the sake of quote unquote love, right?
Yeah.
Her dietary needs and yours won't be the same. And if you're trying to be at a certain level of fitness or performance, you're gonna have to eat at that level.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
don't let the woman compromise that for you, fellas.
As a matter of fact, as a matter of fact, I'm a living testimony to that, because my first wife and my second wife, two different lifestyles. My first wife, we served in the military together, so she cooked the way we knew we was required by military standards. So I always stayed lean. I always stayed cut. You see what I'm saying? But in my second marriage, my my wife is from Trinidad Tobago, and I'm
Boy,
gonna
you
leave
was
it.
getting that pillow that
That exactly. That's why I got quiet, because I knew you guys would understand exactly what I said when I told you where she came from. So
Yeah.
getting all that
To shove
palau and
food
all
down
that
your
good
throat, mate. I know that for a fact.
macaroni pie, bro. You was eating good, man.
Exactly, and that's why when a lot of guys get into this space where they start complaining about how once women get you, they change and they start putting on weight and all that good stuff. Yeah, that's true. I'm not saying it's not. And it happens more often with women than men. But let's be real, we get soft too once we get married. We do.
Mhm.
Whether it be her dietary plan for us, whether that's because that's just the way she cook, or she's trying to make you look a certain way so nobody else is attracted to you, whatever the motivation is, at the end of the day, as men, when we get married, we have a tendency to slow down too. Our metabolism slows down. We get more comfortable. We get more relaxed in the space we have with our wives and our children. You know what I'm saying? And we start eating things that we knew we shouldn't have because we didn't do it when we were single. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? So,
Yeah.
Mm.
And I'm going to tell you, resisting the temptation is not easy. It's like, imagine, a beautiful girl pulls up, she's like, hey, she baked a cake for you or something. You're going to feel touched, right? But so I listen, I know what the temptation is like. I've had to go through that similar temptation. So, fellas, it's not easy, but you're going to have to hold fast to what's
yeah,
necessary for you.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Hey,
yeah. You have to.
and
Indeed.
on that note, it's basically time for me to bring this
Time to
show to a
bounce.
closing.
Oh
What
yeah, yeah.
I'll do is I'm gonna allow you, brothers, to give any final words. Let's start with brother Lawrence. Any final words before we end the show?
Same as always. Men first.
All right, the unspecialist. What is your last words?
All right, so my last words is pretty much what I said coming into the panel. You got to pay attention. If you're living like a race car, as in consuming a lot of fuel, then you need to consume a lot of fuel. If you're just moving like an economy car, you're not doing too much. Although, I mean, people do use economy cars a lot, but you get my point. Don't consume a lot of fuel. It's all down to what's your lifestyle. You have to eat according to that, and then you can get into all the other finer intricacies as OG and Lawrence touched on. So just do that, and don't get tricked by these women into eating too much either, fellas. That's it. I'm going to have to agree with Lawrence. Hashtag men first. And tune in next time on Fasting is Life with just another discussion just like this one.
All right, and Nimomin, last person. Do you have any final
Uh,
words?
I do indeed. Basically, the long story short is calories in versus calories out. So basically, how many calories do you consume and how much calories do you burn to maintain weight? When it consume as many calories as you need to fuel your day. To gain weight, you have to eat more calories. To lose weight, you eat less calories. Simple as that.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Thank you very much. And I want to thank all the listeners, those who were here earlier and those who are coming right now. Thank you very much. Your support is really appreciated. You guys keep me motivated to host these kind of shows, and stay tuned for more topics, man. I'm like, hey, this is just the beginning. I kind of mix it up. I'm mixing more quote unquote biblical stuff and was it subject like history and stuff like that. But I chose to kind of start this week with more health leaning topics, because we're coming towards August. There's gonna be a change of climate real soon, so it's time for us in this quote unquote pandemic while people are home to get your health in order, because a lot of people are immobile. They're not really doing anything, stay home, but I really appreciate it. Your support is very appreciated, and I see I gain more subs today, and hopefully more will come. And guys, we are no doctors, but I hope the advice you heard, you can actually research and experiment on yourself to see if what we say is beneficial to your life. So don't take quote unquote our words as law. What you do is experiment and ask your local drug dealer. I mean, your local doctors for any further advice. Use your own, use your own wisdom and experiment and see what's good for you. So stay tuned, guys, for more shows to come. May the Most High bless you, and stay healthy, and peace out.
All right. Thanks for having
Later,
us,
boys.
gentlemen. It's been a privilege and an honor.
Nice one, mate. Take it easy.
Oh, yeah.
Good night.
Good.
Peace.
Take it easy, fellas.